now.
Hey, good evening. I call this special meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Menchaca,
Here.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Councilmember Pu.
Here.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on Cable Channel 3 and our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time that the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments will be read by Assistant City Clerk Marilyn Bonus for up to 3 minutes each. Comments received after the end of the public comment section for each item will be forwarded to the City Council after the meeting. Public comment. Pursuant to provisions of the Government Code Section 54957, this is the time provided for members of the public to address the City Council. Assistant City Clerk, have we received any general public comment?
Yes, we have. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We've received numerous public comments related to specific items on the agenda. Each one will be read under those items. We have received one general public comment, and this comment comes from Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez. For the general public comment, to the City Council members, Chief Harris, Chief Wallace, and City Administrators, I listened to the entire 3 hours and 52 minutes of your meeting from June 2nd, and only Captain Wallace said the name George Floyd when he referred to the incident. No one said Breonna Taylor or any other name that has been lifted up for the past 2 weeks. I did not hear the words police violence, systemic racism, Black people, or even Latino people, even though San Gabriel is at least 25% Latino. George Floyd's murder by Minneapolis police was referred to as the event or the issue. The subsequent protests and outcry as the situation and the movement. There was absolutely no discussion of justice for anyone despite your slide heading of justice for George Floyd. During the 31-minute discussion, I did hear lots of praise for Chief Harris and the police. I also heard about the many police deployed in our city and their tactical preparedness. Councilmember Harrington's suggestion that federal forces like the ATF and DEA be called in, and countless other just in case discussions concerning protesters, despite it being said numerous times that there had been no violence and minimal calls from businesses with concerns. Again, all of this under the agenda item of justice for George Floyd. Mayor Menchaca couldn't even say that concludes the justice for George Floyd agenda item, because that would have been so far from what was discussed. It was just next item. If our city leaders can't even say the words, how can our city begin to address the problems of systemic racism, police violence, bias and racial profiling, and other over-policing of certain racial minorities? It does exist even here in our good city of San Gabriel. Sincerely, Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez. That's it for general public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item, please.
New business item A, 10-point plan for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment, establishing programs with CDBG supplemental funding. Presentation will be made by Management Assistant Claudia Gellin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Claudia Gellin, and I am the Management Assistant in the Economic Development Division. As a result of the city meeting on May 19th, we are here tonight to present different program options to establish with the CDBG supplemental funding that we have been allocated. Next slide. As you recall, on May 19th, Economic Development staff presented a 10-point plan for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment to address the financial impacts of COVID-19. The 10-point plan includes providing the business community with number 1, a digital media toolkit, 2, a guide to new ways for commerce, 3, a shop local campaign, 4, saving on city fees, 5, expedited city services, 6, implementing best practices, 7, connecting to financial resources, 8, small business concierge services, 9, promoting retail or development opportunity sites, and 10, sharing success stories. One area of focus is point number 7, connecting businesses to financial resources. As a part of point number 7, staff had sought City Council direction for establishing resource programs with the CDBG supplemental funding of $186,148, which has been allocated through the CARES Act. City Council directed staff to explore programs that would benefit residents as well as businesses. Next slide, please. Before we continue with the discussion regarding point number 7, I would like to give you a quick update on where we are at with the other portions of the 10-point plan. We are finalizing a one-page flyer that promotes the 10-point plan. The flyer will be made in English, Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Community development staff currently working with the Mission Playhouse staff to create the marketing materials for the digital media toolkit, shop local campaign, implementing best practices, and the guide to new ways for commerce. We are working with the Public Works Department to get curbside pickup signs installed and spaces reserved for certain plan check services. We will be releasing a reopening 101 video for the most common types of businesses in San Gabriel by the end of this week. And we will continue soliciting PPE, personal protective equipment, with the help of council and community groups. Next slide, please. Back to point number 7, connecting to financial resources. We have made strong efforts to inform the business community of the federal and state financial resources available by sending this information out to the business community through our economic development newsletters. In addition, we have dedicated a portion of the economic development website to provide this information. And again, as a part of point number 7, we are looking to establish local financial resources with the CDBG supplemental funding that we have been allocated. Next slide, please. The purpose of the CDBG supplemental funding provided through the CARES Act is to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds can be used in both fiscal years 1920 and fiscal year 2021. These funds must be used to meet national objectives as well as serve a low to moderate income population. The use of funds would also require compliance with statutory requirements, including procurement, eligibility, and reporting. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, the shaded areas on this map demonstrate the low to mod income areas of our city. And it's worth pointing out that a significant amount of our business community falls within these areas, such as Valley Boulevard, San Gabriel Valley Boulevard, and the south side of Las Tunas Drive. Next slide, please. The Small Business Grant Program would provide grants to businesses who can demonstrate they have been financially impacted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff recommends allocating $70,000 of the CDBG supplemental funding to the Small Business Grant Small Business Grant Program. Staff proposes to issue a one-time grant of $2,500 to eligible businesses, which can assist them in paying for rent, overhead expenses, utilities, business services, and necessary equipment to continue business operations, among others. Businesses are not expected to pay back grants. All businesses will be required to provide documentation that demonstrates the ability to meet HUD's low mod income requirements prior to receiving the small business grant. Following the CDBG requirements, the business applicant must meet one of the national objectives of the low mod criteria to be considered for grant funding, including number 1, serving a low mod income area, or number 2, being a low mod income business owner with household income at or below 80% of the Los Angeles median income, Or number 3, retaining at least one permanent full-time equivalent low-mod job for a period of 2 years. Applicants will be pre-screened and entered into a lottery system for randomized selection. Applicants will be able to submit the application and all required supporting documentation through an online portal or by mail. Grant recipients will be asked to provide the city with requested support documents to verify that CDBG supplemental funding is appropriately used according to HUD regulations. Next slide, please. In response to the negative economic impacts COVID-19 has had on residents, this program would provide housing, rent, and mortgage relief for income-qualified households. Staff recommends allocating $66,000 of the supplemental funding to this program. The program will offer a one-time grant of $1,000 to income-qualified households. Households are not expected to pay back grants. Households will need to demonstrate an economic impact due to COVID-19 and verify sources of income for all household members, including but not limited to rental property income, Social Security, unemployment insurance, and other sources of income. Applications will be pre-screened and entered into a lottery system for randomized selection. Applicants will be able to submit the application and all required supporting documentation through an online portal or by mail. Once qualified, the grant amount will be issued directly to the landlord or mortgage company. And if selected, applicants must confirm that the landlord or mortgage company are willing to complete and submit the required documents. Next slide, please. When we presented program options to Council on May 19, we initially proposed to allocate $25,000 to the Senior Meals Program. After meeting with community services staff, we are proposing to increase the allocation to $50,148 of the supplemental funding to allow the program to continue until the end of August if needed. Any unspent funds allocated toward this program may be reallocated toward the small business grants or housing relief programs. And so once we knew how much it would cost to operate this program through the end of August, we tried to split the remainder of the funding between the small business grant and housing relief programs. Next slide, please. Other program ideas. So staff considered other program ideas. However, due to the challenge of managing these programs and or qualifying the participants, these programs are not recommended at this time. Community coupons. We explored the idea of creating community coupons to benefit low-mod businesses and households. This would involve establishing guidelines for what the coupon can be used and reimbursing the business for the coupons used. This may involve a significant amount of work for staff to manage at this time. And for gift cards, we followed up with the idea of purchasing gift cards from local low-mod businesses and providing these gift cards to low-mod income households to utilize. But the CDBG contract manager denied this concept as providing gift cards is considered providing funds directly to the client and is not eligible under CDBG. And I would just like to highlight that some of our neighboring cities, such as El Monte, Rosemead, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia, have used their CDBG supplemental funding toward financial relief for small businesses. Additionally, they have used this funding toward rental assistance for housing. And the city of Alhambra designed their emergency housing assistance program to provide financial relief to both renters and homeowners, which is what we would like to pursue as well. Next slide, please. Program implementation. So based on the comments provided by the City Council on the May 19th meeting, community development staff is proposing to administer these programs in-house to maximize the CDBG allocation for actual programming. After our last council meeting, we received a solicitation from local nonprofit Asian Youth Center to administer the housing relief and small business grant program at approximately 10% of the CDBG supplemental funding contract, which equates to $18,614.80. AYC is familiar with CDBG requirements, documentation, and client income and residency qualifications. They managed CDBG funds for after-school programming and social services about 5 years ago. And should council be interested in utilizing a nonprofit to administer the program, staff can solicit proposals from other local nonprofits in the community. And more recently, staff was informed that the Los Angeles County Development Authority, LACTA, who handles CDBG contracts for participating cities, including the city of San Gabriel, may have interest in providing administrative services for the small business grant and housing relief programs at an administrative cost. We can anticipate the service to cost 15 to 18% of the CDBG supplemental funding. Next slide, please. Fiscal impact. The CDBG supplemental funding can be used again in both fiscal year 1920 and 2021. As it is with regular CDBG funding, the CDBG supplemental funding is a reimbursable grant in Fund 185. And based on the $186,148 allocation, staff recommends that the following programs be funded as follows. Small business grants at $70,000, housing relief at $66,000, senior meal program at $50,148. And in an effort to maximize the funding allocation, current staff in community development, with the potential assistance from other departments, will provide the program eligibility review and processing. These staff costs will be absorbed within the fiscal year 2021 budget for staff time. And I do want to mention that we are being asked by LACTA, who manages our CDBG contract, to roll out these programs as soon as possible. Cities who have yet to move forward with how they plan to use the CDBG supplemental funding may be hearing from the HUD soon, and the funds will be made available as soon as we submit the required documents for creating programs, and our CDBG representative will be working with us to help us get these programs moving as soon as possible. Next slide, please. Recommendation. So the Community Development Department recommends that City Council approve the allocation of $186,148 of CDBG supplemental funding to the Housing Relief Program, Small Business Grant Program, and Senior Meal Program, and direct staff to administer the programs and increase the expenditure appropriation and revenue accounts accordingly in Fund 185. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to open this up now for Q&A.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. So just a reminder, at this time, it's clarifying questions. We'll start with Councilmember Ding. Do you have any clarifying questions? The deliberation and discussion will be later.
Yeah, this CDBG fund $186,000. So is it this fund is already funding to our city already, or we just the CDBG is waiting for our program, then can they funding this money?
Yes, that is correct, Councilmember Ding. We do have to establish the programs in order to receive the funding.
Okay. All right, and another question is, if just in case it looks like you have option that the AYC or some professional to do that, and if it costs our city staff to do that, how many hours to do that? Probably average how much cost?
We don't really know that at this time. What I can tell you is that CDBG is a very detailed program and will require significant staff time to be able to qualify applicants.
Okay. But you don't have any figure or don't have any idea how much costs for our city staff, right? Just a roughly idea. Yeah.
Councilmember Ding, we don't have a specific number because if we are directed to implement the programs, what we will do is we will absorb that as part of our regular workday. So the hours we will be spending on an average day working, we make this our priority because there are timelines that will come with this program. As Claudia mentioned, we're being asked to spend the money expeditiously. So if we're given the green light by council to proceed, we will work with our representative to get the funds to our account, and we will start rolling them out, which means that as far as our workload is concerned, this would be our top priority.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amani and Jenny.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Claudia, I just wanted a clarification. It was on, I think it was slide 11 when you talked about the two agencies that express interest. So then if we went ahead with either one of them, that would basically be less money going directly to the residents or to the businesses, right? Because there would be less money available, I mean, logically.
I'm sorry, I kind of, Councilman Harrington, you kind of cut out a bit. Can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, let me see. So on slide 11, when you discussed the two agencies that wanted to administer the programs or solicited us to, that would mean that whatever money we gave to them comes from CBDG, which would mean less money to the actual residents or to the businesses, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, because the reason I say that is because we know there's, even if we do solicit or go with one of the solicitations, there would still be staff oversight. We'd still have to audit. We'd still have a lot of time ensuring all that. So I don't know that for me, that's not a good way to go. So I appreciate the fact you notified us of that, but I would agree that that's not the best way to go. So other than that, I think everything else was pretty straightforward and clear. So I don't have any other questions. So thank you.
Councilmember Poop.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see here, and thank you to staff for bringing this back for us. My only question is, how did staff determine the allocations of 70K for small business grants, 66K for housing relief, and then the 50+K for senior meals?
So we had worked with our community services team to see how much it would cost to operate this program through the end of August. So the amount was determined to be about $50,000. So whatever funding was remaining outside of the senior meal program, we tried to split evenly between the two other programs.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Lau.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So yeah, just a quick question. Yeah, I think, it looks like AYC wants to charge 10%. And for citizen housing relief, I think they have already working in our community, helping the low-income families and, with food, pantry and that kind of stuff. So they already have the families' names and so it's easy for them to do. But however, I just have a question about the business grant because they're not associated too much with small business. Usually they would get a big business donation, but not small business grant. They're not familiar with. So I don't know if we can just give them both jobs, if we can just give them just housing assistance program and give them maybe 5% of the CDBG funding. So maybe that would be the great way to go. And also our city staff probably knows a lot of small business in our city already, when they register for a business license. So we already have the list. And it's not too difficult to pick up, 28 out of 2,000 businesses because we already know. But it will be based on Lowry's system or first come, first serve. I think we just have to be very clear, because this is limited and not for everyone. So everyone is desperate need help, then they should apply. But again, I'm just trying to save money and maybe, we can do the small business grant within the city staff. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, may I please chime in on that point? I think it's important to note that when I actually reached out to AYC and I had an opportunity to speak with them, it was important to find out that they did have experience in implementing some CDBG programs. I do want to clarify that if we were to make the decision that we would contract with AYC for them to provide the eligibility processing, they need to put that would have to be put out to our entire city. It's not based on who they already have in some sort of a database. So we would make the program available, applicants can apply. So I just want to clarify, it wouldn't be limited to who they currently service in other programs. Once we launch these grant programs for our rental relief or the small business program, our goal would be to do extensive community outreach and put it out to the entire community and give residents an opportunity to apply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the only question I had is, I appreciate you absorbing the work as opposed to, using those monies and to administer the program. But I just want to make sure so the staff feels comfortable, you have the capacity, the knowledge to administer the program.
Well, this is a great opportunity for me to make a very quick introduction. You may see a new name on our screen, Dominica Magardichan. She's the newest member of our team. Welcome her she will officially be introduced next week at the council meeting. She is our new economic development manager. So we have, as of yesterday, somewhat increased our capacity. We were actually hearing the comments we received from council at the last meeting in regards to maximizing the allocation of CDBG. Claudia is being extremely modest, but she's become kind of our in-house CDBG expert. She's been working very closely with our representatives, and our goal would be that if council wishes for staff to absorb the cost basically, and for us to implement the program, if given the green light, our goal is to kind of shift the deck a bit, maybe get some assistance from some of our partners in other departments, and get the programs rolling out as soon as possible as part of our 10-point plan, and get the funds out to our community. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Dominica. That's a great introduction there. Fit in very nicely with the item at hand. Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to verify that. So at this time, it's time for public comment. Well, actually, the time for public comment on this item is actually closed now. So Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I received 2 public comments for this item. The first one, there was no name provided, and it reads as follows. Do only San Gabriel residents qualify for the 66 housing grant? How about undocumented or on visas? That was the first public comment. The second one is from Sean McMorris, and it reads as follows. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I support the staff's recommendation for the use of CDBG funds. I also would like to note that I believe the Asian Youth Center does a wonderful job in the community. Sincerely, Sean McMorris. That is all the public comments I received for this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now for council deliberations and discussion. Vice Mayor Lau, would you like to kick it off?
Yes. So this is I really want to do this thing because we need to help our community. Before I start this comment, I want to tell everybody that I already joined a coalition with League of California Cities, and it's called the Recovery Support. And so we want to support our local businesses, and we're asking, okay, you probably don't believe this number, but we're asking California to give us $7 billion, okay? And from federal government, 500 billion. But this is a coalition for all the cities in California. So me personally, I already signed up, joined the coalition. So whatever the amount of money that we can get, it's going to be very helpful. So two things I really want to see, the tenants can afford to pay rent. One thing that I agree is we give 1,000 at one time. However, this money has to be sent to the landlord. Okay, it's not to the tenants directly, because a lot of times tenant said, well, I got to buy food. So, rent is not the first priority. So if we can send the checks to the landlord and give the credits to the tenant's, name. So that's something we have to, whoever is going to do this, AYC or some other nonprofit is going to do it, we have to tell them that we're not sending the checks directly to the tenants. Okay. Another thing is the businesses. Yeah, we have so many small businesses, and some slowly open up. Like I said, I ate at the Vietnamese restaurant today, and yesterday was Korean restaurant. So you can dine in now, but it's going to take a while to get used to whatever we had before. So these small businesses need help. 2,500 is not a whole lot of money, but at least it's a gesture that we can give them support. So another program that we work with, community development, we're supposed to give 500 gift bags. Today we received 25,000 masks, and that's only good for 500 businesses, and 500 bottles of hand sanitizers. So I request more. So Thursday will be additional 25,000 masks and 500 bottles of sanitizer. So we can, give to all the businesses in St. Gabriel, and that's total number of 1,000. So this way we can encourage them, to open up their business and see if there's anything that we can help them. I think this is something we really have to do, because our city is very small. CDBG is based on the population. We already get whatever, 186. That's not even half of other cities. Alhambra is getting 300,000 just for the tenants rent relief program. So we're just doing, whatever we can to help our community. But yeah, these two, I would totally agree. And the seniors meals is fine. As a matter of fact, I think we need to help our seniors. AOAC distribute food every day, but also, we have 3, it's called the adult daycare centers, because they're not allowed to have, gatherings at their center every day. So they also distribute seniors food every day, hot meals every day. So I think we can support all these 3 programs, not a problem. But again, I just thought, if staff, or let me do this way. Okay, if we want AYC to handle both housing relief and a small business grant, which is fine. But again, I think for small businesses, AYC needs our staff assistant. We have to give them probably the names, the location, and what kind of a business they do. So, we want to reach out to all the businesses, not just, certain ones. Just like Armani just mentioned, we will reach out all the residents in St. Gabriel who has facing the rent issue. And so we want to help them to conquer through this hard times. But I do support this program. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarification, Vice Mayor, you agree with the allocations of monies and you agree with the three areas that they're listed: housing relief, special business, small business, and senior meals. Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was trying to cut, whatever consultant fee from 10% to 5%, but I think, yeah, we need some nonprofits to step in to help us to do the job. I believe the first time, the staff report, we got hired consultant, I believe was 27,000 to do this job. So we're saving 10,000 if we hire AYC. So I guess it's all right. So I do support all this. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting, let me just clarify. You support the three programs, but you also want to hire a consultant, or you do
No.
not? No, okay,
No.
that's fine. So you agree with the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
So before it was 27,000 for other consultant, and all the city council complains that, well, this is too much.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see here. I guess for members of the public who are listening, the CDBG funds are very limited and the bureaucracy involved is quite extensive. That being said, I do not support having an outside agency then administering it for us. If staff can handle it, then I think that it's best that we do try to keep it in-house, because even $18,000 is a significant cut into what our allocation is here of 186,000. You can see how the money doesn't go very far ultimately, and I think that to be honest, that maybe one of the most directly beneficial of these programs is the senior meals program, which since COVID has started, that has expanded from like 30 or 40 participants to now to 250. So with that, I'm relatively happy with the allocations and the benefits that will be provided. I hope, for example, $2,500 for a business might help them be able to get restarted, or help them just get over the hump to stay in business in San Gabriel. Just doing the math, 70K divided by 2,500 means we'll be able to help 28 businesses. And I understood from staff that it's going to be a lottery system. So we certainly hope that those dollars are a good investment in terms of businesses that we're able to help. 66K for housing relief divided by 1,000 means we can help 66 households. I guess I didn't ask this question before, but would that also be a lottery system if we have more applicants than we have funds available?
Yes, that's also based on a lottery system. And we do plan to allow the application period open for a week to 2 weeks, just to give enough people the opportunity to apply. And then the applications would be pre-screened to make sure that they would be eligible if they are selected by the lottery system.
So a week to 2 weeks from the time that it's announced and implemented, and so let's explore that timing a little bit. When do we plan on actually rolling it out?
So we're working with our once we get council's blessing to move forward with these programs, we'll be working with our contract manager to create the program guidelines. So once that's finalized, then we would be able to release the program.
So we're thinking
so
beginning of July, perhaps?
So yeah, I think this effort will be ready to take off in the new fiscal year.
Okay. I guess depending upon response, sometimes it takes a little while for programs like this to sort of reach all the people who might need it. 1 to 2 weeks sounds like might not be quite enough time for a lot of people to be able to learn about it and pull together the requisite documentation. I understand it is a little bit extensive. So I guess we can hold that open and see if that time period should be extended or can be extended. I know that even just with our own platforms and things, there are some people who are very attuned to what we might post and things that we publish. But then I have a feeling that the households that are most in need are the ones that probably don't pay as much attention to our social media outlets and publications. We might consider doing some kind of something that's more of a sort of general press conference or event that hopefully could get picked up in the general news, and also multilingually as well, because I think that I think it's absolutely true that there's a nexus between our newer immigrant, less English proficient residents and those that are lower income and probably, you know, in greater need of the housing assistance. That's an overgeneralization, of course, but I just want to make sure that, you know, we are able to reach all of the different, parts of our community and offer them this opportunity. I think that is another challenge in terms of the implementation and administration is if there are folks who are limited English proficient, then it's going to take a considerable amount of hand-holding, I think, to get them through the application process and just to even understand and know what kind of documentation is required of them. So yeah, I appreciate that there will be, that staff is willing to take this on in-house. And I think these are the types of issues that we need to be cognizant of and making sure that that we can distribute these funds equitably and hopefully to households that are most in need and therefore do the most good with it. Personally, I still, the economy as a whole is about 2/3 to 70% consumer spending. And a new report just came out from the Bureau of Economic Analysis saying that consumer spending plunged again in April by 13.6%. And that's a total of $1.89 trillion across the country. So I still believe that the best way to get the economy back up and running is to stimulate consumer spending. It's 70% of our economy. And due to COVID, people staying home, not going out, and a lot of things not being open, consumer spending has plummeted. During March, or actually started in February, also in March, and now in April, the biggest drop since recorded of those 3 months. So it's likely that I think that we will be cutting some budget from the general fund, or cutting some spending in the general fund, or allocation anyway in the general fund later on in this meeting. I would like to still consider the possibility of offering a community coupon program that could help to stimulate that consumer spending. And the way that works is then, and if we're using general fund dollars, it doesn't have to be CDBG limited. But the idea would be to say that, anybody who goes to any restaurant or business in San Gabriel could get a discount of whatever the percentage, let's just say 20%. And then the business there. So this is twofold, right? It helps both the consumers because they pay less for the goods and services that they need, that they want. And then it helps the business because it stimulates people coming specifically to San Gabriel businesses for their needs. and then the business turns around and applies to the city for that 20% or 25%, and that way we can actually leverage those dollars 5 to 1 or 4 to 1. 5 to 1 in the case of a 20% coupon, 4 to 1 in the case of a 25% coupon. So in any case, I think that would actually give our businesses a leg up as well over other businesses or other businesses in other cities, because when the general population knew that everything in San Gabriel is 20% off, then that gives them a reason to come to San Gabriel. Now, of course, there has to be limits, and we don't have unlimited funds. So it would have to be up to certain amounts, maybe a certain percent, certain dollar cap per business, things like that. But I do believe that actually getting people, now that we are reopening even more, getting people out and spending, and specifically spending at our businesses, is the best way for us to keep our local economy, or to sort of jumpstart our local economy after this period of hibernation. So anyway, as with respect to the CDBG allocation, I think it's fine, and again, sometimes the devil's in the details. I hope that we'll be able to implement the programs in a way that's fair and that actually does the most amount of good for the community. This has definitely been a difficult time for everybody across the board, and I think that they're definitely hitting in the right areas. The heartbreaking part, I think, is just the fact that we have so little, such a small allocation, and then the trick is trying to do the most amount of good that we can with the limited CDBG funds that we were allocated under CARES. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure the mic's coming through better.
Yes.
Okay, so I agree with the staff's recommendations for allocating the funds for all three areas. So I'm going to be clear about that. And I did want to clarify, because Councilmember Liao said about 4 times he wants the AYC to be given 5%. My understanding is we didn't agree to give anybody anything. Staff's going to do this. I just want to be very clear that we all understand that. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, I that's how the recommendation reads, and I was going to clarify that at the end, but I'm glad you brought it up, Councilmember Harrington.
Yeah, because he said that like 3 times. I just want to make sure he didn't have the understanding, because it was a little confusing in the presentation, just so you know. If you didn't read the recommendation, it was like we're going to do this. So I just want to be clear on that. So I did also I didn't really have any other comments, just I'm in support of this. I would, once we're done, I hope we go with the staff recommendation. But as to stimulating the economy, my number 1 priority is to get everything open. We don't need to do anything but unleash the consumers on the economy, and it'll bloom really quickly. It'll come back to life. So I think once we are able to convince the county that these hospitals are not inundated, we're not sitting here in full panic mode with our emergency rooms full and our urgent care full. Our numbers are very level. They've been very level. We've never approached 70% or even 60% capacity in our hospitals. If you look at the county's briefings, we quote unquote flattened the curve. So open the businesses is the best way to stimulate them. Stop putting the brakes on the economy, and we'll go quickly. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, but thanks the staff will have this proposal. Yeah, sounds like, but because the fund, it's I think limited, just like for business, I think it's just 28 business can get it, and 66 resident. So use the I understand like lottery program, and I just want to staff, if you try it, have the a good detail the application procedure. I don't want some people when they do the lottery, they apply. I wish have more transparency, let people know who qualify, who can get it, the lottery, don't have to lay down, have some argument, say, hey, how can he get it? I cannot get it, you know? And for the business, I think, how do you, like, you have a suggestion for the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, I think it's like a service on the low model income. And the second to be a low model income, it's 80% of AOA. But third one, okay, how do you follow up the management? It's a retain at least one permanent full-time equivalent low model job for period to the 2 years. So if you put on this rule on that, so how can you follow up? Because it takes 2 years. So is they have another way to have the regulatory for the apply? So I just wonder, because if they don't follow that, so this $2,500 will be still get back to the CDBG, give to somewhere else, or they still keep it? That's the concern for the third one. Yeah.
If I may answer that. You are correct. The third one is definitely the more challenging one to qualify for, because it does require significant tracking for the next 2 years. And we would have to verify by the end of the 2 years that one full-time equivalent position was retained.
Okay. If they don't qualify, is there what's the result? You know, if just in case they don't qualify.
Councilmember Ding, there's different, so what we've put in the staff report, there's different criterias. And our goal would be, because this is CDBG, we are actually required to do, so when you implement a CDBG program, you actually have to go back and double check to make sure things are being done the way you said they were going to be done. So for that time period, we would require documentation proving that they were retaining that job. And if they don't, then we do have the ability to work with them to set up some kind of a payback if that's what they would have to do. But our goal would be that we don't get to that point, that we help qualify them and we get them to a place where they understand the program requirements. And you said something, you used a good word, transparency. I think we have to put a key emphasis on making sure that the applicants understand what the program means. And we do, and I anticipate we're going to have to hold a lot of hands in the process. And because of some of the language barriers in our city, we're going to have to do things in different languages to make sure that the residents who are applying understand what the program means, how they will be selected, and what they will be expected to do. So I think those are important points that we need to make sure we highlight moving forward, whether it's the rental assistance program, as the small business program, so they understand how they can qualify, what they have to do. And because it's CDBG, we have to maintain all the files, because at any point, if we get audited by CDBG, which they can do, we'll be able to document that every applicant was, we use due diligence to qualify them. We have the files adequately maintained and retained. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Okay.
I'm sorry. Are you
Okay.
continuing with your questions, Councilmember Ding?
Okay, yeah, yeah. The rest of it, yeah, I supported this the staff, the recommendation. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And for me, I too, just to start off, I support the recommendation. And again, I'll emphasize that the staff, it will be doing the administration of the program. They were just providing us suggestions or options for us to consider. So I appreciate that from the staff's perspective. They're probably anticipating our questions, or maybe we asked those questions last week. So it's always very helpful. I did have concerns too, how we were going to just do the outreach, how we're going to communicate. One of the things I've seen, and I'm just going to kind of throw out some outreach suggestions, first establishing some kind of hotline. So if people are interested, they can call a phone number and get some information. I was hoping maybe once we do get all the requirements and the parameters, the food banks would be a really good place to try to find people who need that housing relief. We have quite a few food banks here. We have La Casa, the Asian Youth Center, the San Gabriel Mission Church. And so those, I think, are probably good places that maybe social media can't always access. Also, if we could set up workshops, I understand, it depends on where we are on that curve, but I'm, hopeful that we can at least start opening up our public facilities and with proper social distancing and any other kind of precautions, have workshops in multiple languages for the housing relief, the small business grants. The senior meals, I think, is probably, we have a good handle. We have our community services that does that every week. But those first two, there's tremendous needs out there, and it's just finding the people and letting them know, communicating that such a program does exist. So, so those are my recommendations. And at this time, I'd like to see if anybody would like to make a motion to approve the recommendation.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's see. City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
The motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
New business item B, fiscal year 2020 to 21 operating budget and capital improvement program. Presentation will be made by Management Specialist Julia James.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight, we're continuing the discussion on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021, which was initiated last week during the public hearing. The proposed budget, including the amendments listed in Resolution 2029, totals revenues of $29.2 million and expenditures of $68 million, with a CIP totaling $6.2 million. In the last week, staff has not received any new updates from the state or county regarding revenue estimates. And so we are not proposing any further amendments at this time, but we are here to discuss further amendments to the budget by the council. Councilmember Harrington last week raised a number of issues that he wanted to further discuss, which are listed in the staff report, along with staff comments on each one. So at this point, I will turn it back over to the mayor to continue the discussion on the proposed budget amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So we'll start with the clarifying questions. Let's see, Councilmember Pu, any clarifying questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington.
No clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ding, any clarifying questions?
Okay, question, it's for the certain membership for organization. All of this organization, because I'm the new council member, but I don't know the which one it's really like a help our city, this kind of organization. I saw that I appreciate they list all the organizations, so and the membership fee on that. Okay, so maybe if a council member order like a previous the current council member attended this kind of organization, maybe our staff give it to me like some idea which one organization it's we really don't want it, and which one it's help our city for our revenue or for our city, like some how to operate it. I think that it's have to learning from the another city, right? Have opportunity. So so that's I wanted to understand it. Yeah. So thank you, Mayor.
Mark, did you want to respond in any way or?
I'd be happy to. Thank you very much. Councilman Pooh said something to me about 2 years ago, and I'm not sure if he'll remember it or not. But one of the things that he said is that one of the things that he noticed when he came on board 8 or more years ago is that our city was not involved in many organizations and wasn't on a regional wide basis, wasn't staying in tune with things. And that with the council group that we have now, that has changed quite a bit. And though we could do that regional participation without belonging to all or most or even some of these organizations, it certainly does benefit the city to belong to these organizations and have advocacy, and then as well as having those items sort of spoon-fed to us as we learn about them, as we learn about things from the other cities and best practices. And best practices is another area where I hear from all 5 of the council members that I've worked with, or 6 now with Councilmember Ding, but the 5 previous, that our best practices over the last 6 or 8 or 10 years have gotten a heck of a lot better. And I don't think that that's a coincidence. The only organization I don't have any familiarity with is the Independent Cities Association. I just have not in my career been involved in that organization. So I would look to some of the other council members to provide that feedback. I've heard from Councilman Harrington and others when they came back from conferences over the last couple of years that words like that was the conference where I went to every session and felt like I got something from every session. I think he mentioned that at the comments at the end of a council meeting, so that's not something he said to me in private. I myself find the League of California Cities to be one of the better organizations that we belong to, and even though it's one of the more expensive, it provides a real bang for the buck, and not just with the programs that they provide for us, but for advocacy and legislative support. We don't have a lobbying firm, so they, by default, do a lot of that on our behalf. The National League of Cities provides a lot of help to us, not nearly as much as the League of California Cities, but again, their cost is proportionately lower. So there is probably a bang for the buck that it's on par. The COG, we've been utilizing the COG more in the last couple of years for those same reasons, I think, than we have in the past. And they provided help for us for some areas that we would not be able to do on our own for the costs that they charge us for those programs. The VMT, which was on your agenda a couple of weeks ago and will be on your agenda again in a couple of weeks, that's a project that would have cost us several $1,000s more, and we would not have had the expertise in-house to do a project like that. SCAG is a bitter pill to swallow, only because they're the ones that hand us some of our requirements, and we never feel like we get a great seat at that table, but I'm sure every other city in the region is feeling the same way. But it's because of the requirements that are handed down from the state, and so I imagine that that's where that comes from. And finally, the economic partnership is one that I've had quite a bit of experience with. And while that is an organization that doesn't provide a direct benefit, you can argue it's similar to what Councilman Pooh was talking about earlier about the effect on the economy. And you can't put a dollar amount on what bringing businesses or supporting businesses in our region would do to our economy. But if I were to say that one of the ones that we spend money on that you could cut out without feeling a direct hit to be, that would be one of them. But I also think that for the small amount that we're talking about, we could justify being a part of all of these associations. And I feel like we are regional players because of those organizations. So I think if we're in the dire situation in a few months where we need to, that the revenue numbers aren't coming in, then I would talk about cutting some of these more than I would right now at this point, just for the need isn't there at this moment. I would be happy to answer any specific questions that you have, Councilman Ding, about any of the organizations, but in a nutshell, that's been my experience in my career.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's your explanation. Yeah, I understand it. Okay. Sounds like for me, I think based on the Mark say, but okay. Let me listen the rest of the council member experience. Then I make my comments. Okay. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
and we'll reserve that for when we have council deliberations and discussion. Vice Mayor Lau, any clarifying questions?
No, Mayor, not at this time.
Okay, so the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received on this agenda item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We received quite a few for this one, so please bear with me as I read them. The first one we received is from Alejandra Benavides, and it reads as follows. I am writing an opinion for the projected budget. North San Gabriel. Looking at the distribution of project funds, I think we should follow the examples of other cities planning to reduce the principal allotment to police. Look at our world. Hear the voices. See the desperate need for change and reform. We are in desperate need to increase our support to human resources, community services, community development. Every year we have increased our distribution of funds to the police. Make this budget distribution different. Focus on the human dignity of all communities with racial and economic equity and abundant for life for all. The second comment is from Christine Turode, and it reads as follows. At this time, we will have no one protecting our city if you defund the police department. Property values will plummet drastically. Whose idea was this? I will contact every homeowner in San Gabriel, North and South, to stop this outrageous act. The next item is from Lynn Snowden, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, it has been proven that when the police are defunded, there is more crime in the community. My father was a volunteer sheriff and was proud to volunteer when there was a community crisis and work alongside of the police. Please do not defund our police. Thank you. The next one is from Sue Fitzsimmons, and it reads as follows. My name is Sue Fitzsimmons. The citizens of San Gabriel need to step back and take a breath. There is so much information flying around about police departments that our citizens need to learn about our local department. Since Chief Harris has taken over the police department's officers have been nothing but hardworking. Currently, the department is running lean, but despite the decrease of manpower, our officers are there and willing to do the job daily. If we were to decrease the manpower, the response time would increase. We are a small city, but we are not without share of domestic calls, DUIs, home invasions, traffic collisions, burglaries, and drug apprehension. Who would handle them? If you look at other cities our size, the percent of the money going to the police department is the same. It costs money for vehicles, equipment, and officers. What price do you want to pay for the safety of ourselves and our families? If you really want to see where the money goes, I invite all citizens to attend the Citizens Academy to see what the police department officers do on a daily basis. To just blurt out that you want the department to be defunded, you really do not know how the department works and what it takes to run a department. There is a lot of that goes on in the police department that most people do not know. Please think before you make a statement to defund and get all the facts first. The next comment is from Charmaine McCarty, and it reads as follows. I am a San Gabriel volunteer resident and property owner. I understand possible defunding of a police department here is being contemplated. Excuse me, why in the world are we looking at possibly doing this when this is not an issue for our city? Do we not have more important issues here? Since when have we had excessive force or discrimination claims against our officers? This is a national issue and in some cities, a city issue, but not ours. Dear God, this is ridiculous. Stop wasting our tax dollars. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stop making this a political statement and do your job. And by the way, when did When I did have someone shoot into my house about 4 years ago, our police were amazing in checking the scene and calming me down. The officer who took down the report while I was still shaking sat with me for a bit, and I never forget that. You endanger the safety and the mental well-being of the people in San Gabriel, which is your duty to provide above all else. You will have a bigger problem on your hands, believe me. I pay high taxes and property taxes to live in this town. And you council members better start focusing on real problems and stop catering to the radical nuts here. The next comment is from Bradford Snowden. It reads as follows. To whom it may concern, to keep our community safe, we need our amazing law enforcement. Do not defund the police. The next one is from Stacy Ruiz, and it reads as follows. Hello, my name is Stacy, and I am submitting a public comment for the proposed city budget 2020-2021. I propose that we should decrease the police department's funding by 20% and reallocate those funds to community services, disaster relief, and public works. Thank you. The next comment is from Emily Scannell, and it reads as follows. As a city, we have been ignorant of the issues involving excessive expenditures for police. I grew up in this town, and after 17 years, I have nothing to be proud of. I and many of the young citizens of San Gabriel want to see real change. I want to see money used to finance the SG Police Department, used for community services and outreach programs. The fact that the majority of our budget prioritizes police and no community services is embarrassing. I want to have hope for a bright future for San Gabriel, and it all starts with putting the people first. The next comments I'm about to read were received individually from each of the following: Gabriel Frank Nexeter and students from Gabrielino High School and one of the organizers of the June 6th protest, and the following residents of San Gabriel: Gabriel Nexeter, Chloe Tan, Kathy Nguyen, Andrew Gamba, George Dela Cruz, Bianca Lua, Andrew Pugh, Christopher Rivera, Winston Smith, Emma Sy, Melanie Pham, Nathan Mendoza, Alvin Gipp, Samantha Della Pozo, Teresa Toy, Alden Doe, Elizabeth Campos, and Bellini Martinez. The comments read as follows. I, along with countless other residents, am demanding a fair budget and police force for this city. I demand body cameras be worn by officers at all times on active duty and their data to be available to the public. I demand warning before shooting. I demand banning shooting at moving vehicles. I demand the city adopt a stricter policy for de-escalation, specifically that outlined by the Camden County Police Department, which substantially reduced crime and police brutality in their area. I demand that the minimum staffing for police patrol cars, that being one in each of the 5 beats of the city plus 1 supervisor, be made the maximum staffing for police patrol cars, with each beat receiving equal patrolling. I demand that traffic policing be handled by unarmed traffic police. I demand that reports or sightings of drug usage be handled by EMTs. Drug abuse is a public health issue, not a criminal justice issue. I demand that the police budget be lowered to 20% or less of the city's overall budget, with the cut funds going towards education, community services, and providing for families in need in San Gabriel during this economic crisis and pandemic. I demand the immediate rejection of plans to spend millions of dollars on a new police station while our schools and community services face budget cuts. I demand that the Police Accountability Board be created with representatives democratically elected from the community, tasked with managing police oversight and accountability, including but not limited to internal affairs complaints filed by police officers, and investigations into officers' abuse of force, and given the power to terminate an officer for abuse of power or to veto the hiring or promotion of an officer. I must be democratically, or I demand the police force be democratized. The chief of police, administrative captain, and operations captain must be democratically elected by the citizens of San Gabriel. I demand that a youth board be created, tasked with engaging the youth in civic affairs, and given the power to veto decisions made by the school board, who time and time again employ teachers ignorant to basic historical and political truths of our time, such as institutional racism, and in the past and present, who time and time again allocate funding away from valuable educational program and extracurriculars, who time and time again make decisions for student independent of what the students truly desire. I demand a city that serves and funds all of its community members equally, regardless of race, age, or civic participation. Elected officials ought to be beholden to all of their constituency, not solely on their active voters. I demand justice for San Gabriel. Sincerely. The next public comment is from Michael Schutz, and it reads as follows. Hello, Marilyn. I just saw that there was a typo in the comments I sent to you, so here's the corrected version. Please confirm that you got it. I am a San Gabriel resident and voter. As council members know, I am strongly opposed to the city's continuing to give funds to the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce for reasons previously explained. I am now objecting for another reason, which is that many chamber members' businesses, and a large percentage of them, are not in San Gabriel. We taxpayers should not pay to help businesses outside the city because they do not pay property taxes or sales, which we urgently need. I also, in most cases, they probably do not pay rent or mortgage payments to people or companies here or employ residents. I analyzed the food and restaurants and businesses service membership categories on the Chamber's website and found the following shocking facts. Food and restaurants, of the 27 members, 6 or almost 29 were not in San Gabriel. Business services, of the 35 members, only had addresses listed, but of those 21 or 72% were not here. If the council insists on giving more funds to the chamber, it should have all the membership and categories be analyzed to determine the total percentage of non-San Gabriel businesses and reduce the funds proportionally from the requested amount. The next public comment is from Cindy Creek, and it reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel Mayor and City Council members, my name is Cindy, and although I'm not a resident of the City of San Gabriel, I spent the majority of my childhood through early adulthood in the community as an athlete, volunteer, and city employee. I am writing to urge that the council adopt a budget that will prioritize community well-being and redirect funding away from the police. Not only are we experiencing the trauma of a global pandemic, but we are also in the midst of a widespread upheaval of systemic violence embodied by American police departments, well-documented history of unjust and racial policing. Empty gestures and suggestions of reform are unacceptable. I am asking that the City Council stand with the people. I am asking you that you root out systemic and institutional racism by defunding the police and prioritizing and reallocating much-needed funds to education, housing, and community and social services. As a longstanding community member, I have seen a positive impact of such underfunded services firsthand. According to the city's website, the adopted budget for the 2019-2020 fiscal year allotted 36% of the general fund, which is $41,636,305 to the San Gabriel PD, while community development comprised just 8% of the general fund. The San Gabriel does not have a crime problem. San Gabriel has a social problem. Given the trajectory of the past years, dating back to at least 2017, I strongly urge you to completely revise the budget for 2020-2021 fiscal year to fund the community care and not cost. Additionally, I am calling you to stand in solidarity with the movement by demanding change from LAPD. As neighbors, it is our duty to hold one another accountable. I join the calls of those across the country to meaningfully defund the police and reallocate the community's resources. The people are demanding a budget that supports community well-being rather than empowering the police forces that tear them apart. It is imperative that you adopt a budget that prioritizes the social programs proven to promote safety and equity much more effectively than policing. You must pressure your peers on the City Council of Los Angeles to do the same. Public opinion is with me. Thank you for your time. The next comment is from Maureen Deason, and it reads as follows. Just wanted to let the San Gabriel Council know that I am absolutely opposed to defund our police department. Who are you going to call when you need help? Ghostbusters. The next comment is from Joshua Raimundo, and it reads as follows. To the San Gabriel City Council, I speak on behalf of many concerned San Gabriel citizens who either do not have resources, ability, or knowledge to reach out to the San Gabriel City Council. In light of the recent events, it is our collective civic duty as citizens to implore the council members to act quickly and decisively on the topic of equality. The Black Lives Matter movement is backed by all 50 states, politicians, and 18 other countries. If this isn't indicative of the change that is needed, nothing will be. We as allies to the BLM strive for the equality and justice and call for the end of systemic racism in the facets of society, especially police departments, and demand for this to occur by cutting the police budget. Starting at the local level, it is one of the most fundamentally sound means towards accomplishing this goal, and it starts with you. According to our city website, San Gabriel spent $13,177,277 on our police budget in 2019 fiscal year. For context, this accounts for 35.29% of the total expenditures and nearly double that of the fire department's budget. In comparison, public works comprises only of 12.3% of the city's budget. Our city is representative of a wider problem in the U.S. We are allocating far too much money to the police department. Police officers are under a social contract with the police people to protect them, but when 1 in 1,000 Black men will be killed by law enforcement, that social contract is disgustingly broken and stands as an inherent lie, attack, and affront to Black constituents. We need to show that as a minority-majority community, words aren't enough. Actions are how we stand in solidarity with our Black brothers and sisters. We call on the council to cut at least $5 million from SGPD that can be reinvested into mental health counselors, creating nonviolent task forces, and funding alternatives that can be replaced by police in the long term. This is not to just follow a movement. It is our moral obligation to correct our past mistakes and make tough but just decisions. You are in a position of power to make a statement that is institutionalized. Racism can no longer be tolerated. We aren't asking for much. We're simply asking for what's right. Regards. The next comment is from Harry Baldwin and Mary Camerano, and it reads as follows. In our 33 years in the San Gabriel City Council, we have the opportunity to represent the city with various agencies under your consideration. Based on the benefits received by the city, we recommend maintaining our membership for future needs and opportunities for the following: League of California Cities, National League of Cities, San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, and Southern California Association of Governments. The next item is from Chastity Nunez, and it reads as follows. Concerning the 2021 city budget. Our city budget prioritizes the police department. It is evident in the fact that the police department has always received a larger portion of the budget than any other department. The 2020-21 budget is no exception. The police department received their 5% increase automatically and is set to receive $15,621,894. When you ask the average citizens what their priorities are for the community, safety is certainly in the top three. Maintaining and increasing funding for police department and allowing the police budget to consume the largest portion of the city's budget does not equal public safety. Countless public health studies and resources are available that show that police are not the answer to how we make our communities safer. Defund the police does not mean that in 2020-2021, budget allocations should go from $15 million to $0. It does mean that we demand greater investment in our community and the resources to ensure people not only survive but thrive. I recognize that COVID-19 restrictions and shutdowns have negatively impacted the city's revenue, and that here will be revisions and cuts to the 2021 budget. Given that the police department should also be subjected to the same budget cuts and revisions, the 2021 San Gabriel budget should not include an increase in funding for the San Gabriel PD. Their budget should be held where it is. Any PD hearing should be held for the next year. The community services budget should not be cut this year, but administrative costs should. Money should be allocated to improving and increasing our city's public green spaces and parks. Since summer camp activities and indoor youth activities will be severely limited this summer, our city parks will be utilized to an even greater extent. Park restrooms should be a priority and funding should be reallocated from the PD if needed to fund those repairs. Finally, the SG City Council needs to work with other cities in the area to pressure the LA County Board of Supervisors to allow in-person summer camps and programs to reopen. I personally know that the Kids Club in Pasadena is providing an in-person summer camp in a limited way. Thinking creatively to provide our youth with a volunteer or paid summer experience, maintaining the parks, and finding ways to engage youth this summer is extremely important. A summer where our youth have no organized or supervised summer activities and no summer job opportunities is a setup for an increased negative activity that would cause more police interactions. Just like the outcry from the parents in the school prompted a change in the car parade restrictions, persistent and forceful requests from the city would force the DPH to think about how we can safely offer summer camp or other activities. I am challenging our city council members to put the work to provide social programs and address the work that it has been easier to put into the hands of the police. Thank you. The next comment is from Joyce Turong, and it reads as follows. Dear City Council of San Gabriel, I am adamantly opposed to increasing the police department's funds. Growing up in San Gabriel, I pride myself in being a citizen of the small, peaceful town. However, we want to reject increasing funds allocated to the police department in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021 because the police was not established to protect public safety. Police officers do not understand people's problems and are ill-equipped to handle emergency situations such as domestic violence, assault, theft, mental illness, homelessness, and substance abuse. Police are not well trained in any of the above situations. Statistically, 40% of officers in the nation have admitted to being domestic violence abusers, and officers have raped people detained in custody and do not receive any repercussions for the crimes they have committed. In addition, police officers in the city of San Gabriel do not wish to face masks when on duty, prevent the spread of COVID-19. This is a public health concern. I want to reverse the damage done in the past years when the city of San Gabriel decreased community services funds. I want to increase expenditures for community services and decrease expenditures for police. In doing so, the city will employ and have more funds to work on services that do deserve the community. I urge you to protect our citizens and defund police. The next comment is from Ethan Tan. Dear Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Liao, and City Council members, I am writing today as a member of the San Gabriel community that is disappointed in the city's proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I find it extremely unacceptable that 36% of the city's budget in fiscal year 2020 was allocated to the police department, while only 24% of the budget was spent on public works, community development, and community services. Over the past couple of years, an analysis of the city's budget has shown that community services have taken a blunt of the budget cuts made in the city, while the police department has taken up more shares in the city's budget. At a time where the nation at all levels of government are coming together to invest together to highlight issues of systemic racism in the police system and the issue of police brutality, and are trying to find solutions to fix these issues, such as by investing more in community services and social services. I find it extremely regrettable and disappointing that the police department's share of the budget is expected to increase while community services and social services are footing the cost, where in reality, a robust community service and social services system are better equipped to handle certain roles better than the police. Therefore, I urge the council to rethink and reformulate the budget for this upcoming fiscal year, as the money can be better spent on hiring social workers to help those who are homeless, facing mental illness, etc., which are all groups that are over-policed. In addition, the city can better fund public works into fixing vital infrastructure such as roads in the city that are crumbling. In addition, the issue goes beyond the city government and expands into LA County government, which is extremely disappointing to know that Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Leal, Councilmember Harrington, and Councilmember Pu all endorsed District 5 LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger in the re-election bid this year. It is clear that in these past 2 weeks, Supervisor Barger, a staunch conservative, does not represent the needs of the community, and I find it disheartening that 4 out of 5 of you endorsed her. In the past 2 weeks, Supervisor Barger signed curfew orders to stifle the voices of peaceful protesters, and at a press conference said that LA County Sheriff's Department and LAPD have done an incredible job responding to peaceful protesters, which we know is factually untrue, where LAPD and sheriffs fired tear gas, rubber bullets at journalists and peaceful protesters. Furthermore, Barger said that I have no real issues on how law enforcement has rolled out in regards to the violent police actions on peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. Lastly, Supervisor Barger seems to oppose her fellow LA County supervisors on an 8-step plan to reduce police brutality that would order the LA County Sheriff to change their use of police policy. Thank you, and I sincerely hope that San Gabriel can be a model city, and I yield the balance of my time. The next public comment is actually compiled by 4 or 5 different members of the community, and it's from Angelica Lujan, Austin Raimundo, Nathan Villavicnico, Arturo Quinones, and Tamara Dang. The comment reads as follows. Dear City Council members, as lifelong residents of San Gabriel, I find it unacceptable that 36% of the San Gabriel city budget gets spent on SGPD, particularly when we've seen a police expenditure increase and city spending on social services decrease over previous 4 years. The past 2 weeks of protests have not only highlighted nationwide police brutality, but also enormous gap in social services that police are forced to fill. Police departments in America take on roles unsuitable for them in addition to their job to enforce the law. They are tasked with responding to those mental health crises, experiencing homelessness, substance abuse, among others. Using the police as a primary first responders in these situations risks unnecessarily criminalizing and escalating a crisis by bringing a gun to it. These police officers are asked to be therapists, social workers, abuse counselor, all while enforcing the law, which is both impractical and inefficient. It's a policing model that has failed nationwide. Therefore, we residents of San Gabriel request that a portion of the 36% of the budget spent on policing be spent on the following ways. Establishing a city mental health counselor whose role is to respond to wellness check calls and connect those experiencing crisis to be connected to appropriate county, state, and private mental health resources. Establishing a city housing and homeless coordinator whose role is to respond to 911 or police calls regarding homelessness. and to connect the homeless with the county state housing resources. Establishing a substance abuse counselor whose role is to respond to 911 calls regarding nonviolent substance abuse and to connect victims to appropriate resources. Equipping the aforementioned roles with the necessary resources to effectively carry out the job. In addition, while I have not yet personally heard of excessive use of force utilized by SGPD, the nationwide trend of police brutality highlighted the past 2 weeks make the following policy proposals both timely and proactively necessary. Banning the use of chokeholds by SGPD, adopting a series of police policies require de-escalation of police response, require officers to issue a verbal warning before shooting, require officers to draw weapons only as a last possible resort instead of the first sign of violence, require department-wide implicit bias and de-escalation training, require officers to intervene in fellow officers if violating SGPD policies, ban officers from shooting at moving vehicles, ban the city from acquiring used military or military-grade equipment. As a community of Asian and Latinx constituents, it would be most valuable for us to use the city's money to provide essential services to improve our community members' essential multilingual services. We believe these are the first of several steps to make San Gabriel a safer city and hope that you recognize that in the wake of severe incidents of excessive force nationwide, it is your duty as an elected representative to meet the movement and implement these or similar proposals on behalf of the diverse constituency you serve. Mayor, please hold while I look at the other comments that we just received.
Okay.
The next comment is from Kevin Dyke. Hello, I am an SG resident on Padilla Street. Can you share how much SG have received from the stimulus package and what are the plans for these funds? If we have not received them, is there an aggressive plan to expedite SG to receive these funds? The next one is from Neil McMaster. Mayor, Neil McMaster has submitted a public comment that I just read during the last, before this recent public comment that I read. It is the one that gave a list of items to ban for the police department.
Okay.
Same thing with Jessica Dong, Jerry Kong, and Vivian Sam, as well as Maggie Nguyen.
So you're adding to the comment that was read
to the
earlier.
list. Yes, as well as Rosalind Luong. So all of those public comments that I just mentioned right now will be read into the, or will be added to the record as previously read. Those are all of the comments I have for this item.
Okay, thank you, Marilyn. So let's see, now we'll do the deliberations and discussions. Let's start with Councilmember Harrington, since most of the items here were from his recommendations. Would you start, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that most of the recommendations other than defunding police were mine. We got a lot of that. I don't know how that gets into this item, but that was not mine. And I would just say, you know, as far as we're on that topic, that a lot of the comments did give comment to aspects that it's obvious that a lot of people don't understand our budget, haven't read our budget. Yes, 36% of our budget goes to police. However, you know, when you get to the breakdowns, 6.5 million goes to police salary. That's about $93,000 per police officer, which I think is a reasonable rate of pay on average. And that includes all 71 employees of the police department. So to say to defund that, my question would be, where do we defund that? You can't just say cut. Who are you going to cut? Because you're not when 70% or 80% of your budget is people, that means you're necessarily cutting people, which means less officers out there. So I just want the public to understand that. Nearly 4 million of our budget goes to retirement. So I just said 6.5 goes to salary, another 4 goes towards budget. So out of that 12, there's 10 million of it. It's the salary and the retirement. Another million almost goes to health insurance. So do we cut health insurance also? I mean, I imagine that goes when you're cutting people. We also pay we pay for workers' compensation insurance as well, quite a bit. So I mean, these calls, I understand the outrage. I understand the rightful sadness and frustration with what happened in Minneapolis, but that has nothing to do with San Gabriel. And I did have a couple questions for the chief, so that when the public asks some of these questions, they can get out there. Like, do we have mental health counselors? Because that was brought up by quite a few different people. And if we do, could you explain how we?
There are several items that came up in some of those public comment that we are already doing, working with the Department of Mental Health. We have clinicians that are assigned with officers that are specially trained to deal with mental health issues. This has been in place for going on over 3 years now, countywide, and at least 2 years with the city of San Gabriel. And so the goal is to try to understand that law enforcement officers, even though they have to respond to these cases, because the majority of them are responses to 911 calls, and there's a requirement for us to respond to those. The follow-up is something that we assign to a team that is specially trained, including a clinician, to go out and handle any of the follow-up investigations and try to get people to the right resources. So we're already doing that without any increase to our budget and any assistance from outside funding. So that is something that we're doing already, and we're trying to, as we move through it, make it an even more robust program by bringing in people from the outside to cover more of those hours.
All right, thank you. And then as far as budgeting for, retirement and things like that, you don't really have control over that, correct? It's just a function of hours and function of number of employees.
Yes.
Okay, because that's really what it means to say that the police is 36% of our budget and then say let's defund it. It's too much. I think is quite irresponsible. If people really want to get involved here like they're doing on the budget itself. Look at what we're spending our money for, and if you think we're overpaying our police, I would ask you to go out on a ride along and see their job. And I'm talking ride along for a few hours, and imagine they're doing this, every single day. 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. So to say to defund it is all fine and dandy, but when it gets down to it, name a city that's defunded their police that's a nice, safe, healthy city. I don't think you're going to find it. Camden, New Jersey tried to do that and it didn't work. They actually pay 50% more for their police now after they quote unquote defunded it. And that was in 2012. So if anyone wants to research Camden, it was going to be the city that finally defunded the police. It was really just a union busting effort. It wasn't actually anything to do with social justice. They qualified it under that. But if you start researching these things, I would ask these people to say, where is that going? How is that going to stop someone from breaking into a car in the middle of the night? It's not going to happen. Who's going to investigate that? The police, unfortunately, are necessary. And don't get me wrong, we like you, Chief, but we wish you weren't necessary. And I'm sure you wish you weren't necessary, but it is a necessary part of our government. And the number one thing that the council has to do is protect the citizens. Everything else is secondary. You can't have recreation without police, without safety. You can't have community services without a safe place to do them. You can't have any of these programs without police to protect and to serve. And I would say those are the two things we have to remember. San Gabriel, our police officers are excellent. We are well trained for the budget we have. We don't have a lot of issues that some of these bigger cities have. Most of the council members know a significant majority, if not all of our police officers and a lot of the staff up and down the line. So I understand there's a movement. I understand there's a lot of tension right now and a lot of anger and righteous anger. I'm not minimizing that. But what I'm saying is take a step back, look at the details. And if you're in this position, what do you cut living in this city knowing full well what we have to deal with. We're in the middle of Los Angeles. We're not in the middle of the country. You know, there's a lot of big cities around us with big city criminals. So we need to be able to handle that, which means we need a department that's well equipped and well trained, and we need to be well staffed. So cutting that isn't going to stop. If you're seeing a gang member coming into our town from out of our town is going to be stopped by a social worker, you're going to have another thing coming. You're going to have a social worker that gets killed. That's really what'll happen. And that's the reality of it. People don't want to hear the brutal reality, but that is the reality. So this whole defund police, I don't know that any of our council is for that. I can't speak for them. I can only speak for me. The people that I've heard from, I've heard both sides and I've analyzed both sides, and I don't see a good use of our resources doing that. So that was in response to the public comment. Councilmember Ding asked a specific question of the council members, and I think I would like to give my my experience with this. I've been on council the longest, I think. The reason I brought these up is, I think Councilmember Ding's question is very telling. He doesn't know what any of these agencies do. Most people in the community don't. They wouldn't know whether we left these agencies or not. They wouldn't feel a material effect. They probably wouldn't even feel an immaterial effect. And I'm speaking for Councilmember Ding on this. I saw the staff report regarding the League of Cities and what they do. Honestly, in the years that I've been on council, I've never seen the League of Cities actually have a real effect on legislation. I mean, a real effect that more than likely wouldn't have happened anyway. I'll just put it bluntly. Sacramento and DC don't pay attention to the League of Cities. I'm just telling you this. So yeah, it's great that, hey, let's have a trip to Washington, DC. Well, guess what? Our Congresswoman lives here. We can see her when she's here. We don't need to do it in Washington, DC. We don't need to go have anything there. I've never been there in the entire time I've been on council, and I'm not going to go there. I just don't think that's a good use of public funds. I don't think that any of these are actual good uses of public funds. And I've seen the staff comments. I just don't agree with them. The whole VMT thing, that my understanding is that why didn't we fight that in the first place? I don't see it as a good thing in the first place. So rather than, hey, we put down a great compliant piece of paper of how you calculate VMTs, how about why didn't COG fight it in the first place? Where were they on that? Why weren't they trying to stop that? Because it's not going to benefit development. It's not going to benefit us materially. We already had a system in place. It's just someone got an idea and COG went along with it. So yeah, they're saving us a little bit of money, but in the long run, that's money we would have never had to spend had we done our job in the first place and stopped things like that. So I mean, I don't see that as a positive. And then also regarding, it says, I'll read it straight from the staff report on page 3, where it says, in addition, the city is utilizing several housing initiatives from COG launched, including considering joining the Housing Trust Fund. I don't think the COG formed the Housing Trust Fund, if I'm correct. I think that was a legislative initiative. I think we could do that without COG. The staff participates in homeless discussions. That's fine with lots of homeless discussions. Funding the hygiene program, but it doesn't say how much. How much are we getting from that? Because that's really, they can't fund us for money that we didn't give them unless they're just administering a state fund, which we would get in the first place. And also, I'm sorry, up above where it says there's been major cost savings on that effort, which I'm referring back to the VMT. How much cost savings? Because major sounds like a lot relative to the 20,000 we pay them, or I'm sorry, that 6,000 we pay them. So, I mean, I understand staff likes these organizations because it is a tool, but I don't know that we're getting enough value out of these tools. I think we could, I mean, it's $48,000 of our budget. And the reason I'm saying this is because I actually wanted to spend more money on the Historical Preservation Commission. And a few people said, well, we need to get that money from somewhere. And I said, well, I got some areas. If you really want to do this exercise, I can tell you where we can get the money from, because we always talk, we want to do these things. We want to have this Historical Preservation Commission. We want to do this. But in the 2.5, 3 years that we've had it, nothing's really happened. In fact, our developments that are actually impacting our historical neighborhoods are still not really going to the commission. And when they do, there's no teeth. It's just a recommendation. And the commission is not meant to be a barrier or a hurdle. It's meant to be supplemental, but they should be listened to, and they should have, some jurisdiction to determine the historical preservation of our city. So when Tony asked, what are the other council's opinions, I'll just say in my 10 years, I haven't really seen a material benefit for spending all this money over these years, because year after year after year, yeah, it's 48,000, but if that's $500,000 of money we probably spent since I've been here. And that doesn't include all the other little things that are built into this, such as council travel to these meetings that these organizations hold, and reimbursements. And embedded in a lot of the different divisions, you'll find like League of Cities this, or COG this, or so there's, besides these council budgets, there's other budgets in other areas that we could cut. Because if we're not a member, we don't need to have our different divisions belong to some of these things and actually attend them. So we could actually cut down there as well. And so that was my direct answer for Councilmember Ding. And I think just a general question, we brought this up for in the budget discussion regarding having a contract. Do we have contracts with each of these organizations? Like, do they have deliverables? Do they have something that we get out of it? Or is it just pay your membership and go to meetings? Because I mean, I thought that was an important driver. And I'll give you a great example. We paid a big chunk of money to join this Coyote initiative. I haven't seen anything come of that. I haven't seen a material difference to our residents. And that's exactly what I said when we joined it. Oh, wow, they're going to create a website that we already have. They're going to give us a Coyote report that we already have. So here we are paying all this money, not seeing a material difference in service, not seeing a material benefit to the community. And I did suggest we reduce our travel expenses from $9,000 to $3,000 per council member. That's just a council discussion. I still stand behind that. I don't believe we need a strategic, I read that yes, we could facilitate it without staff, but it'll be more productive and a more detailed outcome. And I'll just reiterate my comments during that. I think we have a pretty good strategic plan. Needs to be updated. I don't think it needs a major overhaul. And if we're going to do a major overhaul, it's going to be a lot more than 15,000 because it costs us more to do that in the first place. So I think we could just have a refresher on it. And I think we do have the talent in-house. And my opinion on that is all the staff that are going to attend and participate, it's not going to, they're having one of them or a few of them facilitate isn't going to increase the cost one penny. And it won't, I don't think having the consultant increases the value one penny. So we're paying for no value. I think I'll cut it off there. I have some other issues, but I do believe we need, I'll stick with my original request of the historical preservation increase of 110,000 to 150 total. But if we can't get that, I understand we're in a financial crisis, but at the same time, I'm tired of seeing these well-intentioned plans sitting idle. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Liao. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a problem with my computer, and maybe someone hacked my iPhone now. But anyway, yeah, it comes to police budget. I think the staff didn't prepare that. But one thing that I can recommend is maybe we can ask Chief Harris, take a look at, if there's any room to cut. I don't know, a few years ago, we asked all the executive directors to cut 10% from all the departments. So I don't know, you can take a look at it and see is there any room, to reduce police department budget. But that's what people are asking. But comes to the brutality, I think it's a training. Our city already did that, for sensitivity for a different ethnic group, a different culture. And hopefully, we have more police officers can speak, Chinese, Vietnamese, Spanish, and so they can communicate better. And so this way, we don't have any misunderstanding between the police and also the community. But, again, it's not yeah, the staff did not ask for that study. So, but I want to talk about all these organizations for the past 7 years, and I've been going to, and I gained so much knowledge. You know, for instance, National League of City, I went last year, and we talked about the PFAS contamination that caused cancer. You know, from DuPont, and for 50 years, nothing we can do. But finally, we found a courageous Congresswoman, Debbie Dingell, and she's willing to take on this job and introduce a bill. And so what they're going to do is give funding for all the water districts to clean out all the contamination of PFAS. And PFAS, you probably don't know, but as a chemical, man-made, but it lasts forever. If you eat it, it stays in your body forever. But I told everyone, change your pots and pans, all that non-stick, you know, the pots and pans, the Teflon, they contain PFAS. So it's involved with our daily life. But fortunately, because I attend the National League, that we can help all the people's healthy lives in the city of St. Gabriel. So that's very important, you know. And another thing is because this COVID-19, we're suffering from this economy. And so we're asking federal government to give us $500 million just to just to California cities. You know, even though the CARES Act, some city got them. For instance, the Orange County cities, they all got them, but not in LA County. So I think we have to work extra harder to ask for federal funding. And another thing is the PG, the community block grant. And, you know, we're going to use that to help the residents paying their rents and also help the business to survive this unusual crisis. And hopefully that $2,500, you know, we can help them to promote something. But, you know, we're going to keep doing it and to help our community to get back to business. So this is something that I got from national cities. So it's very, very important. League of California City, let me tell you, I go there out of my pocket. I never, you know, I never claim any expense for the past 7 years, you know, because the city council allowed to claim all the expenses, but I go to Sacramento at least five times a year, all out of my own pocket. But it's all worth it. You know, just got that SB1. It's $1.2 million to fix our streets. You know, it's all worth it, but it's not easy. It took a lot of cooperation from the state legislator, from local government. You know, after we passed it, people want to say, oh no, we don't want it. We want they did this Prop 6. You know, they didn't want to recall all the gas tax, but we fought hard. We won. So it's not easy. But one thing that I remember is a Prop 69, 90% of the California voters approved that. So that SB1 tax is for fixing streets only, not for anything else. So yeah, just the League of California Cities is very important because we learn so much. Because one of the things that we never can catch up with is the state legislators. Every year they have 7,000 bills. How can you learn all these bills? So it's a little bit challenging, but since we have this League of California City, they can tell us what is the important bills that we support and which ones that we don't. So it's very educational. It's very helpful. Okay. And comes to U.S. Mexico City. we had Mexico City, Celaya, as our sister city 60 years ago, maybe 65 now. So, you know, we want to keep good relationship with our sister city. They came over here when I was elected. They donated huge oil painting. That's probably worth $100,000. You know, but city does not have a room to display it. So we donated to the St. Gabriel Mission High School, and it's still sitting there. Okay, it's supposed to be displayed in the chapel, but it's not built yet. But that's how we kept this kind of a relationship with our neighboring countries. And also, this association has been 80 some years old now, U.S. Mexico Sister City Association. Even though we pay $200 for annual fee, but they gave back $2,500 every year, $2,500 for our high school seniors scholarship. So, you know, we have to work with our school board member and ask them, hey, yeah, any students are interested in applying for this type of scholarship. So as there is $2,500 available and for us to apply. Okay, another organization is San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. Okay, and this is another very important because it's San Gabriel Valley. We have so many cities. We share common interests. We share common problems, but there's no organization that say, hey, you know, what is your problem? So this COG actually is representing all of us. For instance, I was on the transportation, so we try to, you know, get all the transportation funding through Metro, and also the I'm on this ENR, Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources. We can get all kinds of funding for stormwaters project, for parks projects. Yeah, again, you know, because the COG is very important to represent us. And sometimes just one city is not, there's not much voice, but when we group together, you know, COG can do a much better job. Let me tell you just one example, okay? Just one example. So we worked very hard to push this major M, you know, the transportation, and got it approved. Well, yeah, good, you know, but San Gabriel Valley didn't get too much funding, unfortunately. You know, our city gets 600,000 annual revenue, which is great, but I saw other city, other COG, Southgate, South Bay, they got together and demand the Metro board to give them more money before they say, hey, yeah, we approve this. So yeah, it takes a lot of work, but also, you know, it takes teamwork. We have to work all together with other cities, and so we can have one voice, and so we can have a better allocation of these fundings. Next one is Independent Cities Association, and I guess I don't have to say anything. ICA, we've been attending those meetings for me 7 years. For other city council, the former city council, they were president of this ICA association. So even though the numbers that joined the ICA is decreasing, because the majority of cities in Southern California, they joined the contract city. So contract cities meetings are getting bigger and bigger, but ICA is small. Small is even better because for the past 3 years, you know, because numbers is smaller, and we get to learn so much more because they get the real good speakers that come to the conference. So we learn a whole lot, and actually all related with our problem. For instance, I just recently I brought up the issue about our OPEB fund and also our retirement fund. So, unfortunately, they're not going to have an actual meeting, but they already hired someone that, an expert in this in this topic, so they can help the cities to deal with the employees' retirements. So this is something we still can keep, because it's not very expensive. It's only $1,900 for annual fee. SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, I think the city in the past so many years, I don't know, it's probably I was not there, I was not able to go to the meetings, but I did maybe once or twice. I was thinking, if I can get involved with SCAG, because I was very involved with 710 extension, and SCAG was helping us, giving out all this information. So I thought, well, this is a group that we should get involved. Now they, pretty much tell us what to do with our RENA numbers, the housing numbers. So I thought, well, this is another organization we should get involved. But I will, even I attend those meetings out of my own pockets. I will continue to go, okay? Because it's very educational, it's very helpful, and something we just pay a few thousand a year for membership, but the return, we're talking about maybe 100,000 or maybe millions. Actually, I'm talking about millions, that if we can get the right information, we can get that kind of a appropriation. One thing that I don't know, NALEJO is the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. I'm a lifetime member of NALEJO, but I also, I joined PAMO, that's National Asian Association. I joined the state Asians, caucus. Also, I joined, there's a Chinese Elected Officials Association. I joined all these associations, but I pay out of my own pocket, okay? Because I don't think it will be fair for cities to pay just one ethnic group and say, hey, we'll let you go and you become a member, okay? Or the city become a member. So I think NALEJO, even though it's just $100, but I don't think it will be fair for other city council and say, well, what if I want to join other, ethnic group, and the city wants to pay for it? Probably not. So I think NALEJO, we should not pay. Another last one is the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. This group is very helpful. We joined them, I believe, for many years. And I think the most helpful thing is every time we go to Las Vegas for ICSC conference, because it's a 3 days conference and it's a hard-working conference, nonstop. And so we want a booth, representing all 31 cities from San Gabriel Valley. So, we pitch in and we have a booth. And so I think that's the cost is for renting that booth. So as a booth, it's very expensive. The city cannot have our own booth, but if we share the cost with the economic partnership and end up cheaper. And so for contacting the future business want to come into St. Gabriel, I think this is something we could join is through St. Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. So all that I support all these organizations, and come to the cut. I will cut everything for travel expenses. Like I said, for past 7 years, I never declare any expenses from the city allow council member to do. So, whatever I did, I think I reported for National League, because that's one of the expensive one. But I will go to National League. I will go to all these cities, league conferences, not causing city a dime, okay? So I will remove that $9,000 from the city council. So we're saving $45,000, okay? We're saving $45,000. And the 15,000 for strategic plan, I support that too. We don't need that. If we want to have any kind of, training or anything to discuss our future plan, maybe we can allocate or we can do it as, accordingly, but not now with that 15,000. Okay. So I want to save that 51,000 to join all the memberships. Okay. Even though that it's sounds like 51,000, but listen, with national, federal funding, with state funding, we got more than maybe 50 millions already. So when you talk about 51,000, that's nothing. Okay. For increase the budget for the historical preservation ordinance to 150,000, I think that's too much. We have all different commissioners. They all work for free, okay? And they work very hard. Planning commissioner, design review, even community services, they all work for free. And we don't need to allow 150,000 for historical preservation. They all can have their own study. They can train themselves. They can go to different historical society. They can learn how other cities doing to preserve their historical buildings. So no, I don't want to approve 150,000 for historical preservation. So this is my report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pu.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think I would like to first, I was going to save some of these comments for our next agenda item, which is our resolution in response to George Floyd and the protests that have arisen out of not only his homicide, but also those of many others. But so I might be repeating myself in the next item, but I did want to at least first acknowledge the majority of the community members who have submitted comments on this. Contrary to what some of my colleagues might say, I do want to assure the community that we are listening, and that I think that unfortunately this particular agenda item came out of the previous discussion on the budget, which happened, let's see here, I want to say it happened prior to actually when a lot of the current controversy and protests, well, actually, no, it was almost sort of simultaneous. So we didn't yet have a chance to really respond to and didn't really quite have a sense of the scope of it at the time of the prior budget discussion. So this particular agenda item you can see it's very short. It's just meant to focus on these few issues, and it will take time. The resolution which we will be discussing next, and I'll probably say this again, is only the first step. It won't be the last. And we need to have more time to be able to really consider what the options are, what we can do, and what we can't do. I think I've already made public that I of course I don't support abolishing the police, but whether or not the funding that we allocate can be used in different ways or could be used in better ways, those are things that I think we could be open to considering. But again, I think those are questions and processes that need to actually take place over an extended period of time with all stakeholders at the table. And and to the community members who are also saying, no, don't defund the police, I also sense that there's a little bit of misunderstanding there as to what it's really meant by this moniker, defund the police. And so I think that for both sides, for all sides, part of what the current climate is it's about listening and learning to each other, and the hardest part, in my experience, in coalition building work, facilitation work, organizing, it's always about getting over sort of the initial defensiveness or the initial suspicion that each group would have of the other of another, and being able to create a space then that is safe for people to have a real dialogue, so that they really are listening to each other rather than just sort of just sort of having knee-jerk reactions. And so anyways, with that being said, this is not the appropriate sort of time or form to be able to discuss some of those questions about whether or not we can utilize more resources for community and social services. I think that as in the 7 years that I've been on the council, we've never really had a really strong social services component to the organization at all as a whole. Even community services is a little bit more focused on recreational programs. And there are some social services in there, such as the senior lunch program that we discussed in the last agenda item. After school programs, which do provide these kinds of benefits. And I think so it's not 100% true that we don't have any social services, but I think that the point is that that the organization as a whole has never been set up that way. And when our city manager mentioned that we had a conversation a couple of years ago that from my perspective, coming in as a new council member in 2013 till now, how we as a whole had been, I think we were very happy to stick our heads in the sand and try to believe that San Gabriel was an island, that somehow broader issues didn't impact us, that we could just do our own thing and didn't have to pay attention to best practices, that the city government would be run for the preferential treatment for the privileged few. And I'm saying this not as, from what I see, as a matter of fact, not as a matter of opinion or even political bent. And so those are the kinds of cultural changes that I think we really made throughout the organization over the last few years. Are we perfect? Hell no, nobody is. And everybody, every individual, every organization can always do better, could do more. And I think that that's what we should be committed to in moving forward into the future, is looking at how can we serve our community in the best way possible, given the fact that you know, let's face it, we are a small city. We have a very small budget. It's going to be even smaller because of COVID and the dire impacts to the economy. So it's a very difficult time to balance all of these things for us on the council, and for the staff to manage and be able to try to make sure we're covering as many of the bases as we can, while also you know, trying to come up with new ways of being able to respond and also to see what we can do better. So in any case, let's just let me just say that, you know, it will be an ongoing process, and you know what, it's not going to be easy on either side, on any side, for any stakeholder. You know, we all have to look closely at what our, you know, values really are, and what where we would want to allocate these like very, very limited resources. So in any case, we'll discuss more about you know, George Floyd's murder and the overall importance of the issue of social justice, of institutional and systemic racism and inequalities, probably in the next agenda item. With respect to this, I would like to directly respond to Council Member Harrington, because I think I disagree with him quite a bit on a lot of his points. And let me just, I guess, go over, since Vice Mayor Leal spent quite a few minutes talking about the regional organizations. I think what the staff has put into the report is the way that I precisely feel. You know, I'm the vice chair of the Transportation Committee of the COG. I sit on the full board. The COG, without the COG, we would never have gotten the San Gabriel Trench project. Without the COG, we wouldn't have a voice to larger organizations such as Metro or LA County. You know, and it makes sense that perhaps Councilmember Harrington would call out the Coyote program. You know, the staff report shows that there's been a recent, what is this one? Successful online educational session was held with participants from San Gabriel. You know, part of that is education. You know, he's been the only mayor in recent history to authorize the killing of coyotes via trapping. So I think that I think that criticism of these organizations just is myopic and shows a lack of understanding of what these organizations really do and what their value is to the city and to the community. And with respect to the COG, it is a joint powers authority. There is a joint powers authority agreement to which all of the member cities are signatory. I don't know if that's necessarily true with League of California Cities or SCAG. Maybe Mark, could you illuminate with respect to whether there are specific agreements in place with respect to those memberships?
I'm not aware of specific agreements for those. We have their bylaws and those kinds of documents, but we don't sign an agreement. We send an invoice or we send a check in response to an invoice for their membership dues.
Right. But as far as the value goes, I will say that the League of California Cities has been taking up the lead on advocacy for the HEROES Act, which is currently being held up, as far as I understand, by Senate Republicans. The HEROES Act includes federal funding for state and local governments to replace lost revenues. And without that, and because that has not been passed, that is why we have a budget crisis. And if there were federal funding to replace lost revenues due to the terrible economy at the moment, we wouldn't have to talk about cuts, you know. And so I think that the National League of Cities, they've both been advocating for, and by the way too, there hasn't been any other organization I've seen other than the League of California Cities that has advocated for small cities. You know, larger cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, they can lobby for themselves, they can advocate for themselves, but nobody has really been stepping up for small cities. The COG has done that as well, and National League of Cities has done that as well, just for edification of other people. Under CARES, what cities got was some allocation, an additional allocations under CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. And if you were large enough, like if you're over 50,000 residents, you got that allocation directly from the federal government. So you could deploy that funding immediately. And that, and of course, you know, being larger, you got a larger allocation. But for smaller cities like ourselves that are under 50,000, we have to wait until those funds could be distributed through LACTA, the LA Community Development Association, or association. And so that is another reason why we are sort of, you know, later on in the game with respect to how we are allocating and deploying those CDBG funds. And those funds can only be used for certain purposes. They had to be directly COVID related, so forth and so on. In any case, none of that was actually replacement of lost revenues. And we know where our revenues are going to be down from, not only from what we projected for the current fiscal year, but they're going to be down year over year based on, you know, last year's revenues to this year's revenues to next year's revenues. So those organizations are, I think, invaluable. The fact that, you know, most community members may not be aware of them does not mean that they don't provide a value to all of us as residents and to the businesses. The regional issues are very important. I think that in the past, and I think, you know, it's instructive how former mayor and council members Harry Baldwin and Mary Camarano wrote in to say, you know, you should maintain the membership of those organizations, particularly the League of California Cities, the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, Southern California Association of Governments, the National League of Cities, because they do provide not only advocacy for the city, but also a source of best practices, a source of information and resources. For example, again, back to the COG, the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, they use a lot of their time and energy to apply for grants for state and federal funding, which then are beneficial for the entire region, including the city of San Gabriel. Let's see. So with respect to these specific items, I would say, you know, I would definitely reduce city council travel expenses instead of what was proposed from 9,000 to 3,000. I would say we can reduce it to say 1,000. I think there could be some reasonable allowance. I don't think any of us are going anywhere anytime soon. Right there, we would save 8,000 per council member, which is $40,000. Funds budgeted to update the strategic plan. This one I'm on the fence about. On the one hand, I do think there is a value to having an outside facilitator to facilitate an important discussion like what to do about the strategic plan. But at the same time, we are in a time of budget crisis. And I think that if we're going to, I mean, we could even just put off that process for another year or see how it goes during the year to see if it's something that we want to engage with. Part of it is that this is such an extraordinary time. You know, it's pretty much thrown off our strategic plan by quite a bit. And for those listening who may not know, the strategic plan is how you get from point A to point B. It has 5 main goals. This is something that we established for the first time in the city's history, I think in 2014, 2015. And that those are, you know, infrastructure, economic development, service excellence, identify new resources. And I think the last one is, can't remember if I said economic development again or not. It is, I believe it's community development. And then there are specific timetables for specific tasks under each of those main headings. A lot of those, I think, timetables have been thrown off because of COVID. And I think that it probably will be more beneficial to us there's so much uncertainty right now, and we have so much less visibility, that it would probably be better to put that discussion off until we have more stability and have a little bit more security and visibility as to what our future is going to be in terms of revenues and in terms of expenditures. The membership to organizations, the only one that I would say, I mean, some of them are so small, it's almost, not. The U.S.-Mexico Sister Cities Association, $200. We don't need to be a part of that. So far, we haven't really done anything with it. None of us really has the time or energy to, but it's only $200. The only one I think that's significant that I think we would be able to cut is the Independent Cities Association. I have previously served on the board of this organization, and while it's a good group and there are also serves some of the purposes of advocacy and sharing best practices, or getting potentially some access to some resources, I actually don't see it nearly as beneficial as some of the other ones here. I mean, just for example, the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments is the regional representative body to other governmental organizations. ICA does not have that kind of a role or that kind of gravitas, I guess. And of course, the League of California Cities is the official representative body of all California cities. National League, I would say, is perhaps less so, but less relevant, perhaps. But I think it's also still a very useful organization, and especially in times like this when we can hear. I've definitely attended seminars at the National League of Cities where a small town in the Midwest has a great idea about how they, do their parks or how they do their rec programs, and those are the kinds of things that we can bring back when they're relevant for us. I definitely don't agree with increasing the historic preservation budget by $110,000 to $150,000. All that is currently needed is the $40,000 for this historic context report. That's what's scheduled, that's what's budgeted. I think that's fine. Again, I have no idea why we would, in a time of budget crisis, expand this budget beyond what's necessary. That again is sort of a smacks of preferential treatment, and I think that those are the types of things that we need to be cognizant and wary of going forward in general. I guess what I would say is that the city as an organization is like a gigantic ship, moving through the water. And we worked very hard over the last few years just to get all of our oars in the water at the same time and rowing in the same direction. And then to try to change the direction of this vessel as it's moving forward is also difficult. You have a momentum, there's a legacy of where it came from that you have to deal with. So it doesn't just stop and turn on a dime. And and there's always process involved. And I think that, particularly community engagement as a process is something that's really necessary, that we need to really have that process in order to, if we're going to really revise or reorganize the city as an organization. So, so with respect to the specific issues that are here on for this agenda item, that's what I would say. Let's see here. I do think one thing we could look at over the course, and I'll say another thing too, is that the budget itself is a planning document, and this is again for members of the public who might be listening. It's a planning document that sort of provides, with as much specificity and detail as we can, sort of like how we think the year is going to go, how much we will get in revenues, and therefore how much we would have available for expenditures. We already know that this coming year's budget, and also another thing, fiscal year of the city as well as most public agencies, it actually runs from July 1st to June 30th. So while corporations normally, not all, but most would run on a calendar year of January 1st to December 31st, for whatever, I mean, I think I know the reason it has something to do with cash flows and how tax revenues, when tax revenues are generally collected, and then therefore when your revenues as a public agency can be utilized. But public agencies' fiscal year generally runs from July 1st to June 30th. So the next fiscal year, the 2021 fiscal year, is going to start on July 1st and will end on June 30th of 2021. We already know that for that time period, we're going to need to make adjustments along the way. I'm almost certain it's due to the uncertainty related to COVID. We don't know if the reopening and recovery will be a V shape. We don't know if it will be a protracted U shape, or whether it won't be any U at all. It could just be like flat and stay flat. So these are things that we need to sort of take into consideration, because we don't know exactly how the economy will recover, and therefore we don't know what revenues we as a municipal organization will be receiving. So with all of that, it's just to say that due to the uncertainty and due to the fact that we haven't had an opportunity to really think thoroughly and engage in the community, and to do the community engagement to determine what sorts of programs, or what sorts of services, social services we might want to even think about. It's going to be very hard for us to be able to actually implement anything, at least not in the budget document that's going to be, and it must be passed by June 30th. So we've got 21 days from now, essentially, because that is the end of the current fiscal year and the beginning of the next fiscal year. So we must pass this budget before then, and without having enough time to fully vet and really think about what kinds of other services, where funding is most appropriately being put, so forth and so on. It's difficult to see that we can, how we can make any significant changes to the budget as it is currently. That being said, there are many other things that we can consider in the interim, and we will be. But I think that the budget itself, it's just more than any other year. This coming fiscal year, it's going to need to be a living document. It's going to need to be something that we continue to revisit and not for the least part because we don't know how much in revenues the city is going to be able to receive. And that, as you know, determines how much we would have to spend. It's not as if we had any. Let's say it's not as if we had much or any wiggle room in terms of just free money or money that's not already committed in some way. To be able to all of a sudden reallocate. A lot of those funds are already, in some sense, being utilized for salaries, for pensions, for this or for that. They're programmed in various ways, and this year in particular is this coming fiscal year. The current fiscal year and the next fiscal year are going to be particularly tight as far as general fund revenues go. So with that, I think I've addressed the specific issues that we were supposed to for this agenda item. My proposal to the council is just to say maybe, if we only $1,000 budget for travel expenses. Frankly, none of us has ever used our full allotment of budget for this. And this year in particular, I just don't see there being a lot of travel involved. And then removal of the $15,000 for the strategic plan. Again, I don't even know that it's going to be useful to try to redo the strategic plan the current year because of the significant uncertainty that we face. And with that, we will have cut, let's see here, $55,000 with no commensurate increase. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dean.
Yeah, we listened to a lot of the public comments. Yeah, actually, especially for this special time. So I think it's very important. I think most people also learning about how to listen to different sides of opinion. Okay, how to listen to what the people saw, think about it. So I'm trying to listen to everybody, the opinion, their comments. Okay, so yeah, but I think that most of the comments may be like a next item resolution. Okay, but for based on the current budget cut. Okay. Yeah, it's the item by item. It's like for the travel expense. So yeah, so that's for me. It's new. Okay, but I just see what's the current rest of the 4 council member. So you all find your figure even 0 to 3,000. It's reasonable. Okay. It's fine. And for the strategic plan, so how many years we have to, if we have the one strategy plan, so probably take how many years? Just every year we have to do that.
Councilmember Ding, that's not an every year kind of a thing. We would do one plan that would generally last about 5 years. And then we would revisit that throughout those 5 years. So once a year, at least, we would provide an update on where we are in that strategic plan. But it's generally a longer term than every year document.
So generally, it's an every year document. But okay.
Generally, it's about a 5-year document.
Okay. So we already this is 5 years ago the strategy plan, or this just for the next fiscal year have. Last year we have it or not?
No, it was adopted in 2015, and its last year is 2020. So technically, we'll be at the end of our strategic plan after this year. but there's nothing that requires us to do it. It's a good planning document, and it's a good way to plan how we
Okay.
budget our funds, what our community priorities are. But I would agree that with our revenues and our expenditures, not knowing what next year is going to bring, it is kind of hard to plan for 4 or 5 years out, not knowing what our next year looks like.
So yeah, but I think that for this one, probably because the special period, so COVID-19, nobody can predict, right? So it's maybe this fiscal year, it's removed this strategic plan, 15,000. And for the membership, based on the 3 council, vice mayor and another 2 council member. So yeah, we try save money for our city too, but for my list after listen, so yeah, we are a small city, okay, and so we need to keep our independent, but we also need to like some communicate with another city. So maybe small city is you cannot like know everything. So it looks like it's because I never attended this organization, but it sounds like most organizations, they have their own character, own special need. So looks like if we join the organization based on prior some council member told say like Chin Ho say, it's a help to we can apply some special fund from federal or state, help our city have the more revenue. It's because our residents already pay the tax. Okay, we just need to through some correct way to apply. Yeah, sounds like and yeah, also like I got a phone call from our former council member Harry Bowden. Okay, for his he gave me share some experience. So, and I think if they really looks like have a membership fee, but it's really help our council member to help our city to get more revenue for our city. I think we still need to continue to do so most council member agreed the organization, and for the historical preservation ordinary, we need I think everywhere we need more fund, more money too, but right now, because the COVID-19, we cannot expect what's the revenue. For the next year, I also want to still keep the same, don't increase it. So for the after next year, so maybe we still can review it. And for the overall budget, I like the previous. I think the financial department say that they watch up for by weekly and then report to the council member monthly. I like that, to keep going to do that, to help us to update all the information. We can adjust our budget. But I biggest concern, okay, for the whole proposal, it's increased include our major SG. It's 2,850,000. I just want to asking, if just in case, if we don't get approved for the major SG, what should we to do? If I just want to asking our city staff.
Councilman Ding, are you asking if Measure SG doesn't get approved?
Yeah, but we don't have this kind of budget, right?
Measure SG, there's nothing left on our part to do. We've turned in all of our paperwork with the state and county in order to receive that money. So starting July 1, we will receive our Measure SG funds. The only thing we don't know, as we don't know as well for our regular sales tax funds, is how much we're going to receive because of the effects of COVID-19 and the downturn. But we are going to receive something.
Okay, yeah, but I just want to see because I want to do the worst case the plan for the budget for the revenue. If just in case, if we know this, but it's luckily looks like for the city, we got approved for the Measure SG. But if just in case don't have the Measure SG, looks like we have a big deficit for the next year. Is that right?
I see what you're saying. You're saying to act as though we did not receive Measure SG and budget accordingly, then as the worst case scenario?
Yeah.
So yes, if it weren't for Measure SG, it would be very difficult for us to balance our budget. We would have to cut an additional $2 million out of our expenditures. And our budget is extremely frugal and efficient. And that's code for meaning it's as cut as much as we can in everywhere except for personnel. So anything we would do to bridge a gap of $2 million would be with positions throughout the organization, and that would mean services to the community. So everything we've done so far will not be felt by the community unless the numbers don't bear out the way that we hope they will or predict that they will. So any other cuts would be cutting starting with this next budget year would be starting with reducing personnel costs, which would mean cutting positions and services to the community. We do have a built-in a little bit of a cushion, I will call it, with about $900,000 in 6 months worth of staff positions that we've only budgeted for 6 months. So that will give us the first 6 months as a year to figure out what things look like. And if things don't bear out the way that we think that they will, then we will not fill those positions and we will realize that savings for another 6 months. That won't backfill the whole $2 million that you're talking about, but it would backfill about half of that. And then we have about 600,000 in expenditures less than we do in predicted revenue. So all told, I think we have a cushion of about $1.5 million that we could use as almost as an emergency fund if we needed to. But if we needed to do $2 million worth and still keep the budget the way it is, then we're going to have to start talking about cutting positions and services to the community.
Okay. Is it for my conservative way? Okay, is it maybe this first 6 months we try cut? For my opinion, I want to cut everything for the budget for the revenue, but if you say them, I think just based on your staff estimate, maybe cut in half. See what else we can cut for the expenditure. But I don't want to next year we have surprise and come out to have a $2 million the deficit. You know.
I cannot guarantee you that won't occur, but with us watching the budget and I think Julia James did a great job of showing what numbers we're going to be receiving in the first 3 months and how important that information is going to be to tell us about how our year is going to start, at least for the first quarter. And we will monitor that revenue through the first 3 to 6 months of the year. And we won't be afraid to tell the council that we need to make changes. If we do need to make changes, we'll be ready to act quickly. Not to say that if council, as 3 of the council members, the majority of council members decide that we need to make cuts, we would go back and make those cuts. But the easy cuts, the cuts that aren't going to take discussions on where we make personnel cuts, those cuts have all happened. So that anything else from here out is going to require a much bigger discussion with the council.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Does that conclude your questions, Councilmember Ding?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. Well, I will say a few words. Some of them are going to probably be repeated for the next item, but I want to make sure that everyone understands, and it's been shared before, that we have to have a budget. We must submit a budget to the state, and we all understand that it is a budget that is very fluid. Events keep changing, and clearly our revenue estimates will be impacted, but it's hard to say. So we're doing the best we can. Because we are being responsible, we will be getting monthly updates. We will have a placeholder on the agenda every month, and it's laid out in the staff report to let the council know in advance if there's anything that we need to be aware of. In the past, we would get these surprises sometimes, and because we weren't getting timely updates. And so I think this council has been very direct. We don't want surprises. We want to be able to respond quickly, and we want the data. We had in the past maybe some overly optimistic estimates, and I think that's come to an end. Part of the cultural change that Councilmember Pooh mentioned. So it is very important for us to adopt a budget. However, it is a living document. It is a document that we can amend as we get better information, better estimates. So I wanted to make that clear. Regarding comments that were made tonight, I do want to address those before I start going through the line items here. I think we all have listened, or I know I have. We're listening to not only the local, but also what's taking place at the state, national, and globally. And I think I agree with some of the council members. This is not a time to be reactionary, but we do have to be responsive. We can't be ignoring, some of the concerns, some of the proposals that we're getting. I think some of those comments were very well thought out. And I think that our community, whatever spectrum you belong to, deserve that level of engagement, deserve to hear the information. How are we clearly spending our money? They talk about the 36%, but what do these people, the police department in particular, but just the whole organization, what are we doing? And those are ongoing conversations, but it's a conversation that I think we have responsibility to set up, to make available. Unfortunately, again, with COVID, with social distancing, but if all goes well, we can start having maybe smaller groups in the next month. There were some actually very good ideas that I heard tonight, oversight commissions. The Citizens Academy is something we've had for a long time. And, I had an opportunity to participate. That is a really good program that the chief and his team put together. I think we just need to start having those conversations, as uncomfortable as they might be. Sometimes we just, as a council or even as police, we forget to share some of the good that we're doing. And we've had tremendous changes in the last 4 or 5 years. And so I think maybe we just haven't been able to do the job that we should be doing with respect to communicating. And again, maybe there's things that we can do better. And not shutting down that door is not the way to do it. We have addressed some of these issues, but they've all been done through our police department. As I mentioned before, we have a community services department, and sometimes the name gets it might be a little bit misleading. It used to be called Parks and Rec, and really that's what they do. But our police have assumed the mental illness element, have assumed the homelessness. They're getting the training. They're getting training in a lot of social services, and that's a conversation that we have to have with our community to have an understanding of how that works. So to those who spoke about defunding, I'm not sure where that came from, because nowhere in the agenda does it talk about defunding the police. I understand the concern from those who would like to reduce the amount of money that's being invested in our police. But again, this is a time to be responsive and responsible and not reactionary. So I will talk about it a little bit more with the next item, but I want to, at least from my part, I want those conversations to start taking place, but I want everyone at the table. And even if it's 6 feet apart, but we need to be together. So that kind of addresses some of the questions that, or public comments that were brought up. I will go one by one on the items that were proposed initially by, I believe, Councilmember Harrington. Regarding reducing the city council travel expenses, that's an area that I don't believe any of us will be traveling. But I think we need to be conscientious that not everyone can afford to pay for their own travel expenses. Councilmember Vice Mayor Lau has that privilege, I call it a privilege, but not everybody does. And I think if there's programs that are important, that do benefit our community, I think it's important for us to at least make those available to the council members. I'm comfortable with the 3,000, even the 1,000, especially this year, but I would like to keep it to the 3,000 so we can roll that over for the following years. But again, I don't think anyone's ever spent $9,000. Removing the funds budgeted to update strategic plan, I agree for all the reasons. There's just too much uncertainty, and this is not the time to have a strategic plan when reports show that this recovery might even take up to 2 years. So there's just too many moving parts now, and the strategic plan, it just doesn't make sense right now. Council, let's see, the membership organizations. Well, I think we've all gone through it one by one, or my colleagues have. But overall, my comment is, especially now with the COVID taking place and all the economic hardships, this is not the time to isolate ourselves. I too had an opportunity to talk to former council members, and there was a time when we did isolate ourselves, that we were in this little island, and when we finally showed up to the table and really said, we're ready to work as a team. We are ready to represent our city at a regional level. That's when things really started turning around, whether they were grants or they were the trench. I mean, Harry Baldwin is the person responsible for that trench. There should be no discussion or disagreement on that. And he will tell you firsthand, it was those memberships that made a difference. So, and I do agree with Vice Mayor Lau. There are so many examples of where we have benefited, and I just feel that I don't want San Gabriel to be invisible again. I want us to be there and help be making decisions, and these memberships do that. The ones that I would consider would also be the Sister City Association, and just because we just cannot find anyone to do the representation, but I would be willing to continue on with that. And ICA, that's something that seems to have not had as much political clout or advocacy as much, but I'm willing to keep that also, if well, depending on how it all works itself out here. So I guess in general, I just think we need to stay with those organizations. There's tremendous value, and best practices is just one of many. And then lastly, the historical preservation, yeah, just leave it at 40,000. There's really no reason to raise it at this time. Let's reevaluate, see how far they can get this year. And with that, I will let's
Actually, Mayor,
summarize.
I have a few clarifications I'd like to go through from some of the comments. I think some of the things I said were kind of mistaken.
Okay, go ahead.
So regarding the agencies, and this is maybe a question for Mark as well. How much do we pay for trench insurance in a year?
I don't have that in front of me. Greg, do you happen to know that cost? I'm sorry, council, we'll have to get back to you with that information. I don't have that right in front of me.
I know it's north of 400,000.
I was gonna say 250, but that is going from a terrible memory. So let me get back to you with that information, please.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking that question is we never bring this up. That is a gift that keeps on giving every year from the COG and ACE. Prior to that project, we had no insurance payment on the trench crossing. I mean, on the grade crossing. During those negotiations, and this is before any of these other council members were here, I saw the agreement before it was executed, and I said, why would we, as San Gabriel, take on the insurance payment from the railroad? They get to go now with no grade crossings, no liability, and then they shift these walls to San Gabriel. That's what COG gave us. So when I say we're getting no material benefit, that's exactly what I mean. We're getting a huge insurance burden that we never had prior to this project. And that was given to us by the ACE COG project. Let's make that very clear, because when we say these former council members, they did such a great job, I voted no when that insurance clause came up. I said I absolutely would never, for the end of time until this trench is gone, San Gabriel's going to pay that debt that insurance that was never a payment in the past. I voted no on that, just so you know. So what would we do with that money every year if we had that right now? My question was, we're making a beautiful life for this railroad and we're paying their insurance. What kind of negotiating is that? Who does that? Well, COG did that for us. ACE did that for us. That's why when you say we have these great organizations, no. If you want to get into details and we start going through the costs versus the benefits, all of these combined can't get us the benefit back. I believe Councilmember Lau said, he was talking about all of these taxes and everything, where we're going to get all this money from the federal government, the state government. No, that money comes from the taxpayers. They don't print this money. Well, the federal government does, but the state doesn't print this money. It only comes from taxpayers. When we keep saying we're getting all this money, that's where it's coming from. When Jason said we don't have representation to the Metro Board or to the Metro, yes, we do. I'm on the Metro Service Council. I go there one Monday a month for the San Gabriel Valley. I represent San Gabriel. I represent Temple City. I represent San Marino. I represent South Pasadena. I represent part of Alhambra. So we do have a voice on Metro. So I would say when he said I'm ignorant of what COG does, no, I'm not. I know exactly what they do. And I know what Metro does, and we don't need COG to do us on Metro. So not only have they messed us over for perpetuity, we do have a voice. And then as far as the HEROES Act, I don't know why that gets brought up, that it's being blocked. It's actually it's a giant pork program. It's a giant wish list. If you see some of the wasteful spending on that, I don't know who could pass that. So it's not going to pass, not in its current form by any stretch of the means. So to say that these organizations are lobbying for this thing, if you actually read the 1,800-page document, good on you. But if you are looking at what kind of money they're stealing, outright stealing from the taxpayers and giving to the people that donated them money, I don't know who could vote for that. Anyone that voted for that really needs to be, someone needs to go and ask them, like, how could you possibly approve some of these things? I mean, a person that's right thinking could never say, yeah, we need to do these programs. These are really good. And because of COVID, we need to do these things. We need to release prisoners because of COVID in perpetuity. Anybody older than 50 with failing health, because there may be another pandemic. We need to repeal all the tax cuts that have come about in the past 3 years. We need to delay the coronavirus public health core, where the public similar to the AmeriCorps, we would create that organization. That was taken out of it. We need to have student loan forgiveness. Well, that's all fine and dandy. That has nothing to do with Corona. Maybe we can delay it, but it shouldn't be forgiven. We don't need billions of dollars in environmental justice grants. We don't need to move to vote by mail for every single election in perpetuity. We don't need all these. I mean, if you start going through the list, it's pure craziness. And that's why it's really is a poison pill. So when those things get brought up, it's like, yeah, these are the organizations lobbying for these things. I can only imagine if they were on our side, what they'd be lobbying for. So I'm glad that was brought up. We need to see what these organizations are actually doing to us and not for us. They're basically taking, on the federal level, trillions of dollars out of our pockets, probably for the next 100 years. So yeah, I do have a different perspective. And then I think the final thing was the preferential treatment statement. That kind of, I'm like, I don't know what's preferential. I mean, yes, I prefer to treat our historic districts and actually do what we said we were going to do when we all patted ourselves on the back for passing this thing and then doing nothing with it. We actually need to designate historic neighborhoods. That's going to take more than $40,000. $40,000 is a good start, and we can get it done. We can get a good chunk of it done. But every single report that came out from the consultants during that process says it's at least $150,000 proposition. So if we're not, like we said, this is a planning document. So we're not even planning on funding this. So that's why I'm like, this is not preferential. This is something, we have a commission that basically is useless. So why do we have it? Yeah, I do get fired up over the budget because it does represent what we're planning on doing. It does represent what we're trying to do as a council. And I think we some things here we're trying to look good more than we're trying to do good. And I think it's much better to do good than to try to look good. We're not trying to feel good about something or say, hey, attaboy, we're trying to actually do something good. So yeah, I would like to clarify that. I am against ACE and COG because what they have done to our community in perpetuity. So yeah, and if the people saw it and the people, they would be just mad every time they drive. I actually do get angry every time I drive over that trench that we're still paying insurance on that. So that's where I come from. Now people can understand.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. So I think we've reached some consensus on these items, and Mark, maybe I know you're keeping tabs too. It appears, because we need to cast a vote here, it appears that we do want to reduce travel expenses. I think there was 3 people to $3,000. Is that true? Is that accurate?
That is, and can I make one 30-second comment about that?
Sure.
Just for the public's clarification? A couple of years ago, we changed that category, and it's not just your travel expenses. It also includes all of your local meeting expenses and any reimbursements for things like mileage and your phones that you use at home for business purposes and that kind of thing. So just for the public, that's not just travel expenditures that you spend when you go to conferences. And for council's purpose, make sure that you please take that into consideration when you cut that down to a certain level. As an example, we had a Surface tablet last year that broke, and that council person had to buy a new Surface tablet out of that fund. So that isn't just travel. So as you cut that, keep that in mind, please.
And that includes memberships to organizations, local organizations?
Not memberships. The memberships is a separate category,
Okay.
but it includes if you go to local meetings for those organizations. So not a conference, but if you go to a local SCAG meeting or a COG meeting or something like that, where there's a local attendance fee, that would cover that.
Okay, thank you. And then the strategic plan, I think we were pretty unanimous in just removing that. Counseling membership, there was a variety of possibilities here, but I guess in general, we've decided not to cut by 51,000, the majority. And then lastly, the majority chose to keep it at 40,000, the historical. So that's what my notes show. Is that accurate?
That's accurate with my notes. So
okay. So
Mayor,
then,
can I make the motion to approve?
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. So we have a
Yeah, I'll
first,
motion to all these changes.
okay, and then I'll second. So let's take the vote.
And Mayor, just for clarification, we're voting to cut the council expenditures to $3,000 per council member? Is that what the motion was?
That was my motion. What was that your understanding too, council member?
Yes.
I mean, vice mayor? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
I second that.
Okay, okay, great. Or you first and I second, but yeah. Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0. And I just, oh, go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just for the council's edification, we will now bring that back in a resolution on the 16th for the formal adoption with those budget numbers included.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I just wanted to just let my colleagues, the staff, and also the public know that, we all have different opinions and we're very passionate about certain areas, but I think that's what makes us a good team. I think this is how we get consensus. I mean, it's a democratic process. And I just want to thank my colleagues for just being so candid and honest and direct. That's what we need. We just need to have those hard discussions. And, thank you for passing this budget. And, we will be talking about it every single month. So this is not the end. It's not going to be like years prior where we look at it maybe every quarter, maybe every 6 months. This is now going to be a monthly placeholder. So anyway, I just wanted to say those words. Next item.
New business item C, resolution number 20-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel responding to recent demonstrations following the death of George Floyd and stating the city's support for A, the peaceful assembly of persons protesting and communicating following the events, and B, the review of practices and policies of law enforcement. Presentation will be made by Mayor Menchaca.
Did we lose the mayor?
It looks like, yeah. She
I'm
might.
sorry,
Oh,
I'm back.
she's back.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. All right, before I begin with this resolution, I wanted to acknowledge that funeral services were held today for Mr. George Floyd, whose death continues to lead a global movement. Condolences to his families and his friends. May they find peace and strength in their hearts. This last agenda item for tonight is about a resolution that responds to the homicide of George Floyd. As mayor, I placed it on the agenda because there is an urgency and timeliness in taking a stand with a clear message. Every organization is or will be taking this on, and we will be one of the first cities to adopt a strong position. It's not intended to be prescriptive, but it's broad enough to allow us to move forward with a review process. If we decide collectively to be silent, then we will start getting unfounded concerns like defunding the police, or the other side of the spectrum, it's business as usual, digging our heads in the sand and hoping it goes away. These are real issues of systemic racism and injustices, and we need to start talking about it. Last Wednesday, the Police Association and police management began developing a public statement to address the recent events. I shared with the city manager that the council should be doing the same. That afternoon, by coincidence, Councilmember Pu sent the city manager and I a resolution that had just been adopted by the city of Jordy. It was a smaller in scale, but it was a beginning of sorts for them. From there, we pulled together a resolution organically, an informal subcommittee developed with Councilmember Pu, City Manager, Police Chief, and me. All of us have reviewed this resolution tonight and felt it was ready to be presented to the public and council. At the same time, last Wednesday, Thursday, the organizers of the march that took place on Saturday, along with many community members, reached out to Councilmember Pu and I in particular. I know the rest of us, we also got emails, but we had several phone calls, personal phone calls that were made to us. We've been listening, we've been learning, especially from those who attended Saturday. Just to recap, there were 3 council members who attended Saturday's protest: Councilmember Ding, Councilmember Pu, and I. We marched from the San Gabriel Library to Park Plaza. It was a peaceful and meaningful march, and the message was strong. This is not a fleeting moment in time. The resolution is an attempt to capture the sentiments in our community to show that council's commitment to peaceful protest and policy review. There's no reason to delay it. We labored over the language, and this is what we came up with. We believe it's a good start for a conversation that frankly will be going on for months ahead and maybe years. I now turn to council for their input, and I'm not sure who would like to start, but we will begin with clarifying questions. And so let me turn it to Vice Mayor Lau. Do you have any clarifying questions before we listen?
No, Mayor, no, I don't have any.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding. Any clarifying questions?
Yes, definitely. So for my, I'm also San Gabriel resident. So we will listen to all the voice and the freedom speech, and we our resolutions. It's a peace. We need a peaceful assemble and review the practice of the police law enforcement. So I have if I read this resolution, I agree to all this 5 section, and thanks Mayor and the city staff, and I think the chief will involved too, right? So
yes.
Question, it's this other resolution, this the statement is enough, or so is it? By the way, that for our police department, is there any more also consideration for the current situation? Yeah, okay. We need also for my we need a piece for the assembly. We need protect our resident. Okay, and but I also want to thanks our police department have the especially on the COVID-19. It's help our community safety. So but we also I think we really want our police department don't have this kind of things happen if we can do the our policy, it's can regulate our police the over enforcement. So that's really help the community to understanding. But we also thanks the police department. It's help our community for I listen to both sides. The residents, some residents say okay, they also feel glad our small city because our police department, especially on our COVID period, that we keep our city safety. Yeah, that's my.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any clarifying questions, Councilmember Harrington?
No, Mayor, no clarifying questions. When we get to the actual item, I do have some edits.
Okay. Councilmember Pu, any clarifying questions?
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We've received quite a few for this one as well. The first one is from Chastity Jennings Nunez, and it reads as follows. To the city council members, I strongly support the city of San Gabriel formally responding to the killing of George Floyd with a resolution. Resolution 20-31 clearly identifies the instigating event, correctly identifies institutional and systemic racism as the reason for the differential use of police force, and specifically condemns the actions of the officers involved in the killing of George Floyd. The brutal and truly evil killing of George Floyd by members of the Minneapolis PD, the fact that officers stood by and allowed it to happen, that over 50 officers in Buffalo, New York, resigned because officers involved in seriously injuring an elderly, innocuous man were disciplined, exposed how broken the police system in America is. These incidents are not isolated. This resolution has nothing to do with your respect for our SGPD. It is an acknowledgement of the pervasive and persistent problem in the system of policing. There are no statements within the resolution that can be considered political or that should require additional explanation. It should pass unanimously. Sincerely, Chastity Jennings Nunez. The next public comment is from David Localio, and it reads as follows. I have read through the City Council Resolution number 20-31. As a longtime resident of the City of San Gabriel, I fully support this resolution. It represents a start. We as a nation and as individuals are in an inflection point. Do we stand in support of the United States Constitution for all of the citizens or not? A hallmark of our great democracy is equal protection under the law for all, not just some. I strongly urge every city council member to support freedom and democracy and vote in favor of resolution number 20-31. The next comment is from Teresa Eisler, and it reads as follows. Dear Mayor, Council, and staff, I am writing in support of Agenda Item C. During this tumult and change, we look to our elected leaders for guidance and leadership. We know that homelessness and racial injustice go hand in hand. Pasadena just released its 2020 homeless count. African Americans make up just 10% of Pasadena's population, but account for 31% of Pasadena's homeless population. Please acknowledge that the institutional racism exists and let the community protest peacefully against these injustices. The next public comment is from Frank Chavez, and it reads as follows. Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members, my family has lived in the community of San Gabriel since 2004, 16 years. We are raising our children here and are proud to share the fact that our families have called San Gabriel their home for generations. Like most residents of San Gabriel, and certainly the United States, we're deeply concerned about the pain our nation is sharing. As lifelong members of our national community, we are saddened by the institutional failures that precipitated the loss of life and rupture of community confidence in Minneapolis. Our dinner table dialogue has grown necessarily somber as we responsibly educate our children on these historic events. San Gabriel has not been isolated from the nationwide protest demanding change. A recent protest held in Las Tunas is a reminder that our city is very much a member of our state and national community of families. As we listen to community leaders and activists prescribe cures for our ailing nation, we ask that you consider all patients may not be suffering from the same ailment. Where revolutionary change is hastily prescribed, we ask that you judicially exercise your commitment to be trustworthy stewards of the community interest by driving toward evolutionary change rather than revolutionary change. Where the prescription is to raise our civic institution, we urge a more mature and intentional assessment of what ails the community of San Gabriel. As Chesterton Spence urges us, a core component of making great decisions is understanding the rationale behind previous decisions. If we don't understand how we got here, we run the risk of making things much worse. As devout members of the San Gabriel community, We ask that you comprehensively evaluate any revolutionary prescriptions for change with all the solemnity present day circumstances deserve. We ask that you, as our city leaders, avail yourselves to much information as can be reasonably attained before making your diagnosis specific to the city and prescribing the appropriate course of action. The San Gabriel households are many and diverse, as our sibling communities, Temple City, Alhambra, San Marino, South Pasadena, and even South San Gabriel. What may serve one household and its children may not serve the other, even though they reside on the same street or in the same community. So it is that prescriptions for one community may not be suitable for all others. San Gabriel is a rich with wise and committed residents. Our recommendation is that before acting, you impanel a trusted group of citizens with conducting a deep assessment of the city's institutions germane to the changes proposed. No stone should be left unturned before extreme measures are taken that may not serve the entire community or its priorities. We trust that you will consider this proposal among many others that confront you in this historically painful time. The next public comment is from an unnamed source. It states, prophetic voices are saying that this is a time of chaos and deception. I would want that this resolution to be based on facts and statistics and not assumptions or emotions causing deception. It is a broad statement to say that there are institutional and systemic racism and oppression. If this is true, then every group must examine itself, not just the police department. The next comment is from Sean McMorris, and it reads as follows. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am writing to express my support for Resolution 20-31. I am heartened to see that the San Gabriel City Council takes the matter of race relations and excessive policing seriously. Denying that systemic racism has always and still does exist in the country only exacerbates the problem. As a country and as cities and communities, we have to come to terms with our past and existential threat that remaining silent poses to people of color and social fabric of our society. It is not enough to say that all lives matter because that statement attempts to avoid the hard conversations about race that must occur in other communities. That statement also diminishes the fact that not all lives have mattered equally throughout the history of this country. A statement by a Black woman at a Black Lives Matter protest that took place in San Gabriel on June 6th still echoes in my mind. She said, "Of course all lives matter, but not all lives matter when Black and brown people are systemically marginalized in society. We must recognize this as a community and commit to the long process of fixing this injustice." It is also not enough to say that we recognize that racism and police brutality exist, but not in our community. It exists everywhere, and a thread of racism exists in all of us, whether we realize it or not. We must accept that so that we can attempt to adequately and justly address the subjugation that racial profiling imposes upon certain people in society, be it through police harassment or brutality, the perpetuation of greater levels of poverty and incarceration of people of color, or less opportunity in general afford those with Black and brown skin. We must own this social injustice as individuals and as a city and community. I must do better, you must do better, we all must do better. I believe this resolution is an important first step. I support it and hope that all 5 council members will support it as well. I hope that the City Council will be vigilant in finding ways to allocate more city funds to social services that will lift up most vulnerable in our city. Such an approach will address the systemic ills in our society better than pumping more money into policing, which merely attacks the symptoms of a broken social contract. And in so doing, fosters the inequality and marginalization endemic within our current system. More compassion and social services are needed, not more law and order. Finally, I want to thank the mayor and 2 council members who joined the peaceful Black Lives Matter protest in San Gabriel on June 6th Being present and listening is important. The next public comment is from Sherry Cabot, and it reads as follows. Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Leal, Councilmember Pu, Harrington, and Dean. With this resolution, the City of San Gabriel takes a strong stand against racism, police violence, racial inequality, support for freedom of speech, and the right to peacefully assemble and protest without fear of retribution. Currently, there is no other such resolution, not only in the City of San Gabriel, but in LA County. The City of already issued a resolution, but is not as comprehensive as San Gabriel's. San Bernardino County is considering a declaration that racism is a public health issue that hurts and kills people or impedes their ability to live a healthy, prosperous life. But again, nothing that condemns the death of George Floyd or continued police brutality as stated in San Gabriel's resolution. I would like to commend the students who planned and organized the protest march this past Saturday. It was peaceful. It was meaningful, and it gave residents a chance to show without causing offense or harm the need for an end to racial inequality and police violence. Mayor Menchaca, as well as council members Pu and Ding, also attended the protest. It should be noted that throughout the protest march, the San Gabriel police were present, keeping the marchers safe from traffic and any outside agitators. We are fortunate in our city that we do not have an issue with the police violence or on the other end of the spectrum, looting, violence against the police. There is no need to defund or reestablish a new police department, but there may be a need to realign our priorities with regard to the funding throughout the city. I commend the City Council for setting an example for other cities to follow on how to address the issues of racial inequality, racism, and police violence. You have taken the lead at this crucial time in our history. A unanimous vote in support of this resolution will not only place San Gabriel squarely in the forefront of historical change, but show the world that we are indeed a city with a mission. Mayor, there's another public comment from Gabriel Frank McFeeder, and it reads as follows. As one of the organizers of the Saturday protest, I strongly urge the council to pass Resolution 20-31. It correctly reorganizes institutional racism and supports San Gabriel citizens' constitutional right to protest. An openness to review policing practices is paramount to the security and the safety of our community. A vote against this resolution is a vote against reality, a vote against our community, and a vote against our Constitution. That is all the public comments we have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Harrington, I think you had mentioned you had some comments earlier.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And before I get to my comments, I wanted to read a quick statement. That way it kind of contextualizes my comments.
No problem.
So I'd just like to be very clear that the murder of George Floyd is personally upsetting to me. I was sickened and saddened to see this happen in the United States. I have yet to hear from a single person that stated anything other than horror and shock when they've seen that murder on tape. It has been universally condemned, and rightfully so. But at the same time, I was surprised to see this appear on the agenda on a Friday night before a special council meeting, and we have a council meeting next week, especially a resolution, since documents such as this are not an urgent nature. It is just a statement from the council. I was also surprised that it was drafted over the weekend and not available to the council until Monday, and no resident input whatsoever. The entire process lacks transparency. Hopefully the irony of this process is not lost on the residents. I wish that the people had proper time to review and comment on such matters, but evidently in this case, the council must strike while the political iron is hot. This tragic episode is galvanizing. And an event like this should make us all reflect. Our society needs to look inwards and correct the mistakes that allowed a veteran police officer with questionable record to even be in such a position in the first place. We must be clear that the officers committed crimes, Their actions were not legal or within any policy of any police force that I know of in the United States. They should be tried and punished according to the law. San Gabriel has a diverse and representative police force. I stand behind and support the difficult job that these men and women do 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. But we still have something to learn from in these circumstances of this tragic death. The council and residents must stay vigilant to ensure that we fund proper training, prevention, and reporting measures. We must take reports of violence or abuse seriously and ensure that they are appropriately investigated and documented. However, San Gabriel Resolution 2031 does nothing to that effect. It reads as a condemnation of our exceptional police force. Resolution 20-31 is full of buzzwords and virtual signaling, but in the end, it's just a political placation for the residents. Once again, this is a feel-good measure and not a do-good measure. It actually doesn't accomplish anything. I would ask the mayor of Minneapolis how that road goes. A few months ago, he was seen dancing on video with his constituents. This week, he was seen leaving in a flurry of booze with food being thrown at him because he refused to take the next step of defunding the police. Let's be very transparent and real. This resolution is step one in a process of such an effort. If you don't do what is demanded of these people, you'll end up in the same situation as the mayor of Minneapolis. My specific comments to follow regarding Ordinance 20-31 are to ensure that this document only applies to areas within the city council's jurisdiction. When we speak of institutions and systems, we must be clear whether we mean San Gabriel's institutions and systems, activities, and historic past, or other agencies. If we're making an indictment on the United States in general, then we need to identify with specificity the racist and suppressive institutions so that we can all join hands and fight them together. Otherwise, this ordinance, once again, is a meaningless and useless statement. To say racism exists is not a bold statement. I think there's no one that would deny that. But like they always say, the devil is in the details. We need to be precise in our words. We can't just make general statements. I support a stand against racism and for the right to protest. I believe the Constitution is the glue that binds us all together. I have listened to the public. I've received many emails. I've received phone calls. I agree that we need to take action. Our words matter, and the way we say them needs to be precise. I hope the council and the public listens with an open mind and actually wants to improve this ordinance and listens to the changes that I propose to make. I believe from a grammatical and intentional standpoint, they make sense. With that, I will go to the actual changes. I have some questions besides changes. So on the third whereas, this is where I'm getting into being precise. On the third whereas that reads, these protests and calls for reform have brought national and international focus to our country's continuing issues with respect to the differential use of force by police. And this is where I've highlighted institutional and systematic racism. I want to be clear that we're talking on the national level, or does this intend to impugn San Gabriel? Because I think when it's our ordinance, we need to be very clear. The sentence starts out with, there's been national protest and national issues, but this says it's institutional and systematic. Systematic means the entire system. That's every police force, including San Gabriel. That's every institution, because it doesn't define which institutions. So when I say we need to be precise, that is exactly what I mean. Are we indicting everybody everywhere at all times and everybody that's involved in those, from the chief to the person that issues traffic tickets? Because that's the system. After the next comma, differences in levels of privilege. Are we talking racial privilege? Are we talking socioeconomic privilege? Are we talking height? Are we talking mental privilege? And this is not facetious, I'm serious. What do we mean by privilege? Are we talking people's looks? There's a million types of privilege. And that, unfortunately, it's just a word. That's when I said earlier, these are buzzwords and these are, let's placate people. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We're just throwing in a bunch of words that sound great, but what are they doing? So, and then it repeats again, the structural inequalities in our society, particularly with respect to policing activities. So once again, does that particularly with respect to policing activities mean St. Gabriel's policing activities? Because I would agree that we need oversight. We need the council does need to know what's going on. We need to be made aware of these issues. But we need to be clear here. Are we impugning San Gabriel or not? Because that is a differentiator in an ordinance like or a resolution like this, because it will lead to action in the future. So we need to be precise. The next whereas, I wanted to be very clear on this and make sure people know where I'm coming from. I believe words have impact. And I believe when you have more words, it's not necessarily more impact. Oftentimes less said is actually more. And I think a lot of lawyers will tell you that if they've ever got into litigation, less said is more often. And so at the end of the fourth whereas, I'll read the whole thing and I'll tell you how it should read. This says, San Gabriel is a diverse community that stands firmly for the equal protection of all individuals under the law and fair and equitable provisions of services enforcement of laws. That comma, everything after, I think that should be a period, because we're going on to qualify that statement. And by qualify, it says, regardless of any individual's race, color, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, or other protected status. Well, the addition of these qualifiers to equal protection actually lessens the impact of that statement. Listing these examples does no good to the sentence. So, I mean, in my opinion, it should be equal. It should end with provisions of services enforcement of the laws, period, end of sentence, equality for all. The next whereas. The city of San Gabriel recognizes that institution and systematic racism and oppression differences, and I'll stop right there because my comment is, once again, we're going into a laundry list. Are these institutional and systematic racism part of San Gabriel? Because if they are, we need to identify those right now, because institutions cannot be racist. The individuals in them and the people in power can. The institution is not a living thing. It's how the things are enacted. So if we're going to make a statement like that, we need to identify the racists or the racist laws or the unequal enforcement of those laws, make sure they don't happen, and get training. So that's why I say this should not be an indictment on entire systems. And I know that's going to be controversial for some, but when they sit down and think about it, is every person you know that works for the government racist? Because that's the system. Are a majority? Are a plurality? Or is it even a minority of, because I know a lot of people that work in government. I can tell you, I haven't come across a whole bunch of racists. Not in the fire department, not in the police department, not in the community services department, not in public works, nowhere. Now, there may be individuals that are racist, but is our system allowing them to be racist? Because that's what we're indicting here. And this is a very serious topic, and I hope people take it seriously as such. And when I ask for council to listen with an open mind, I hope they're hearing that sometimes deleting a little bit is actually additive to your message, because oftentimes messages get lost in a lot of cluttered words. So after that, we get down to what we're actually enacting, or what we're actually resolving. And the first two are actually fine. I think it does a good job of stating the situation with Mr. Floyd, his tragic death, the fact that it should have never happened, and that we need to come together. But I have the same comment from section 3 that I would like removed from the wherewithals or the whereases. I think we can end on the 5th line, and I'll just read how it should be. So section 3 says, the city of San Gabriel reaffirms its commitment to the fair, even, and equal administration and enforcement of its laws. Equal in front of the line enforcement of the laws by its police officers, and condemns any conduct that might lead to the differentiation in the safety, respect, courtesy, and confidence of its residents and business that its residents and businesses are entitled to, period. So we once again are repeating the provisions of police services based on race, color, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, and protected status. I don't think those add to this. I just think everyone should get equal treatment, fair, equal, even, that they are entitled to as humans. And then section 4, The City of San Gabriel hereby commits to an ongoing process of self-reflection, examination, active listening, and engagement with the community to review our current policies and practices. And so we singled out, including the police and practices with, the policies and practices within the San Gabriel Police Department. Once again, I don't think that's additive. I think we need to look in every department, not just the police. I know this started with a police action or a criminal action by police officers, now former police officers, but we need to look an up and down total organization review, not just the police. Because the police don't act in a vacuum. There's other agencies that support them inside of us. There's external agencies that support them. So we need to have a check and balance on the system if that's what we're going to look at. So if we take out from the third line from including to department, comma, that's what I'd like to see redlined. And I have all this if this actually does, if these do get some traction. And then it continues, and I want to keep this, to ensure fair, even, and equal administration and enforcements of its laws to eliminate racism and discrimination. Here again, not 15 words later, we say based on race, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, and other protected classes. To me, we don't need that. It's superfluous. Everyone deserves equal treatment. We should never even think of, does their race come into a factor? Our review, our procedures, our policies should ensure that. And I know some people will say, well, that needs to be stated, and these classes are protected, and that's how some constitutional laws are written. But guess what? The Constitution says nothing about you have more rights or less rights or not significant rights based on any of these categories. These had to be added later because of bad actors. And so the only last change I have is in the last sentence on section 4. And I'll just read the sentence after the deletion, which says, in the City of San Gabriel's policies and practices to hold the entire organization accountable. And that's once again why I don't point out the police, because we do go on to say the entire organization, to these standards, and to adopt, and I want to delete the word any, because we don't want to adopt any reform. What if it's a bad reform? What if it's a reform that we could never possibly afford in our budget? So why would we once again adopt something that we can't budget and we can't actually put any teeth to? So I would change the word any to reasonable and responsible reforms necessary to do so. And I'll just say ahead of time, I believe my statement speaks for itself. I believe these edits are both practical, reasonable, and necessary. And I'm going to support this resolution because I think, like the mayor said, it's necessary. I'm not 100% in support the way it came about or the fact we didn't get input ahead of time. I would have made these not in public, and I'm not seeking acknowledgement, either good or bad. Half the people are going to say it's good, half the people are going to say it's bad. I don't do it for that reason. I do this because I believe it. I believe there's a lot of people that believe this. This is not like we said, we need to listen to each other. We need to have open minds. I have listened to the public. Listening and agreeing are not the same thing. I have had my voice and my thoughts have been changed quite a bit on council. I'll just want people to know we all listen, all council members, and I would acknowledge that everyone here wants to do the right thing. But I'm going to support this even if none of my changes are adopted, but I'd really like the rest of the council to come with an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Okay, and I'm hoping, Keith, you're of course listening. I'm keeping notes here, but
I have a red line too, so just if you need it.
Okay, thank you. So let me continue on with the rest of the council members to see if there's any other kind of red lines that they would like to propose. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Ding, is there any changes you would like to make or propose?
Madam Mayor, can I say something before you move on?
Sure. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say a couple things in connection with Councilmember Harrington's comments. So I obviously reviewed the resolution before it was brought before you, and it was also, I want to, I guess in a way, echo your comments in a sense, and that is it was very important to me to make sure that this resolution did not read as reflecting some kind of finding of racism in our own institution or among our own employees, because I don't think that was the intent of this. When I read those whereas clauses that you identified, for example, the institutional racism and so forth, and putting aside your discussion of the notion of institutional racism and whether that makes sense, I just want to point out that I wanted to make sure that it was clear that we were talking about something broad. And when I read it, it said our country's continuing issues with institutional racism, et cetera. And the other place it came up, I think it talks about society, inequities in our society. So I read those to be broader statements than commenting specifically on the city's involvement in those things. And I also made a couple changes later on just to make sure that that was clear in the actual body of the resolution itself. That's all
I understand that, Keith, but I would, in rebuttal to that, I would say then if we're talking national, just as part of the whereases, a whereas shouldn't mention San Gabriel in the same whereas as national if that's the goal. We can say whereas national, and then we go on to say San Gabriel Police or San Gabriel this, then we are mixing the two and it gives the inference. I'm not saying it's a direct statement. I'm saying that it can be read like that and we need to be precise. Unless you just agree that, I mean, then we need to root out the racists in our institutions.
Right. I just want to, again, I agree that, and I would say it's important that this resolution not be read to suggest that we're identifying some kind of systemic problem in our own organization. To my knowledge, that doesn't exist. As far as whether this is specifically clear enough, I guess I will leave that to you folks to parse out.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Councilmember Ding, did you have any further suggestions or comments regarding the resolution?
Yeah, like I hear about the council member the Harrington regarding this resolution to rush, and so I just want to know if just for the transparency, if we, the council member Harrington mentioned that. So for this kind of resolution, normally we should be post agenda. It's need at least how many days? Yeah, so that's I want to learning from maybe Keith can help me.
Yeah, this is a special meeting. So regular meetings have to be posted 72 hours in advance. This is a special meeting, so the agenda requirement is 24 hours in advance. My understanding is that this item was added to an amended agenda on Saturday, putting it pretty close to the actual 72-hour requirement. But you know, I don't think Councilmember Harrington was suggesting we did anything improperly procedurally. I think the complaint was just that this was done at a special meeting, which isn't our normal practice.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I needed this clarify. I don't want to let. So we discuss it, and the community will be say, hey, we didn't do the right things, you know. So procedure, I don't want to broke the procedure, the rule. Okay.
Yeah, this is procedurally correct.
Okay. All right, and another thing I also hear Council Member Harrington mentioned. So this resolution, it's for the nationally or just for our city self organization. So that's I think we need to clarify too. You know.
If that's a question to me, I mean, this is more of a statement of intent, I guess. Our resolutions are only binding on ourselves. Well, that's not true. We binding within our jurisdiction, but this is not. This is more of a proclamation type of resolution where it's stating we're trying to express what's in our heart
for our San Gabriel community.
For the benefit of our San Gabriel community. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so for the like all the section, the legal term, because I'm not a lawyer, so I need like Keith or we have two council members, a lawyer, so maybe can help us to find what's the term we can like do that. Maybe it's a more proper way to express our resolution. Yeah. Okay.
Well, most of council members, or I guess all of council member Harrington's comments were not really legal objections. Again, this is a proclamation. His feeling was that some of the language was not, I don't want to speak for him, but just generally what he was talking about was things that he thought would make the language clearer or express it in a particular way. But as far as the legality, you can say this any way you want to. Just from my perspective, important that you don't turn this into, and there's no intention to do that, but if this became a statement of the city's culpability in anything, then that would get my attention, because that might create liabilities or have the potential for that. But that's not what this is. And since we're not there, the rest of it isn't really a legal issue. It's a public policy issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Keith.
Okay. Does that conclude your question?
Yeah. Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in response to the resolution, I would first like to really lift up the organizers of the protest on Saturday, and also just say a word of praise for the organizers and the entire group. It was a very peaceful protest. We purposely wanted to make noise, and many people on the street driving by would wave and honk their support. Residents would come out of their houses and join in the chants as protesters walking by. It was a very diverse crowd, predominantly young people, but I did see people of all ages. Even the pastor of Church of Our Savior and his family were there. I noticed Father Ray and Father John from the mission came out as well when we made it to Plaza Park, and I believe took a knee with the rest of the group for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And of course, people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds were present, and so it was very, I think, empowering and inspiring in that way. And I thought it was, and I did also see some folks from some of our neighboring communities as well. And so it shows that, what we do here in San Gabriel does matter. It matters in a larger, more regional context. Obviously matters for our own community and our own residents. And I think we cannot understate the importance of these issues. I think by now, almost everybody throughout the country, many people around the world have seen the video of George Floyd being murdered by and I know I'm not supposed to use that word, murder, but just, for edification, homicide simply means the killing, death by another person, right? Murder implies a certain level of intent. But I do think it's not just looking, I think the video speaks for itself in being able to say that, and it hasn't been adjudicated by a court of law. So I understand all of those things, but I'm just going to use that word for now. And we, I think we're shy of using that word in the resolution because we didn't want it to have that kind of criticism as far as the fact that court of law has not actually ruled on that. But we could all see what we can all see with our own eyes and feel with our own hearts what was happening in that video. And I think that the shared anger, the shared pain that we've seen now across the country and around the world has opened this window of opportunity. And that's why I think it's important that we do recognize exactly what we're talking about here as far as the incident goes, and then what we're talking about here as in terms of the societal and the societal issues that are involved. I said this during some of my comments on the last agenda item, and I'll say it again, that this is just a first step, not the last step. You know, this is meant to set a tone. Believe it or not, there are not that many citywide resolutions that have been passed. Various statements may have been made. There's various, various individuals have definitely made statements. That's not, but as far as a citywide resolution, there's maybe a handful within the area. So in a way, this is about being direct and being honest. It's not about overpromising. It's about trying to be open without and by the way, being very factual, without unnecessarily throwing anybody under the bus. And so I think it's just an important statement to set the tone and to show leadership for our community, of course, or with respect to our community, but also for our organization, and for all of our departments. And I think it is important, and as I'll address later, some of Councilmember Harrington's specific comments, it is important that we specifically refer to and examine the police department, because that is where all of these issues have started, and it doesn't mean anybody or any department is immune. It just means that it's important to recognize that differences in the use of force historically by law enforcement against different races is a fact, and needs to be examined. And we are not, immune to that. I think that we don't. There's been, and I'll be the first person to give our current Chief Harris, credit and making a lot of cultural reform within our own police department. But are there things that we could do better? Maybe. Let's take a look. Are there things that we could do differently? These are all questions that we need to sort of answer over the sort of weeks, months, and maybe years to come. So I think it's important to have this resolution and statement to set the tone, to set the leadership for the community, for our organization, and regionally as well. Because to be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of resolutions that actually condemn the excessive use of force that was used by the former police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department. And I don't think that's such a high bar to get over, right? I mean, if the point of contact, if the situation, did not call for that level for that kind of force, if even the point of contact was not something that was a sort of an approved point of contact to be used, then there's just no question. It's a kind of a slam dunk. Again, the video speaks for itself. With respect to Councilmember Harrington's specific comments, I think that let me pull up my version here of the resolution. But I would say, some of his comments show his true colors. While he may say one thing at the beginning, some of the comments belie the very words he just got done speaking. I would agree with our city attorney on the third whereas, where it says that the protests and calls for reform have brought national, international focus to our country's continuing issues with respect to, et cetera, et cetera. So I have no problem with the wording as it is there. And also, I don't see it in any way implicating the city of San Gabriel. It specifically refers to protests and calls for reform that in the previous whereas is specified as those that have arisen throughout the United States of America and around the world. So these, I think it is actually pretty well drafted in that sense that describes exactly what I think it's important that the very first recital, which is what these whereas clauses are called in legal terms, the first recital, specifically says that talks about the brutal killing of George Floyd, and talks about the impact that this has had, and it's and again, not just George Floyd's homicide, but those of many other African American men and women across the country over many decades. I think it's important that among the country's continuing issues, we do call out institutional and systemic racism. And with respect to the question, well, differences in levels of privilege, what privilege? Well, I'd say all privileges. You want to say the way you look, the education you have, the income level you have, what race you are. Yes, all of that. Those are all privileges that do have an effect in our societies. And I don't think it's a far cry to say that the protests and calls for reform bring into question all of it. And that's the scope and level of what we are now, I think, having this kind of national and international reflection and conversation about. He criticized the use of the words, regardless of any individual's race, color, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, or other protected status. And maybe in other contexts, I might, have more sympathy for that comment. But again, I feel like this is where we must actually put out there what we're talking about, and the differential use of force by police, largely based on race, institutional and systemic racism. Yes, there are actually racist laws. We need to talk about it because it is the central issue in what we're talking about. Are there other privileges, other categories that also lead to discrimination? Yes, of course there are, but in this conversation right now, race and color is the central one, and that's why I think too you see such a diverse group of people who are standing behind and standing alongside this cause, and why it's now I think without question that we do have to say Black Lives Matter, and that all lives matter, but not until Black Lives Matter. And I think that was a powerful statement made by one of the organizers and speakers at the protest that we need to acknowledge. And let me tell you, I mean, actually, I myself, I probably wouldn't have said that even just a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So I guess my point there being that we all need to engage in this process and really think about what it is that people are trying to say and why that is, what's that history, because when you do learn about it and you truly try to understand it, put yourself in their shoes, or even relate to it, because I don't think any of us, no matter what your color, no matter what your race, has been immune to racist incidents in your lifetime. So I think everybody across the board can relate, and that's why you have such a broad-based coalition on these issues at this sort of, you know, particular moment in history. Fifth recital, I think he had mentioned that institutions can't be racist, only individuals can, but I disagree. I do think that institutions can be racist, and that's part of what this movement is about. I would also question whether he's never met any racist in government. I think that if you really looked at it, that, you know, we all have to acknowledge that we all have biases and prejudices, preconceptions, so forth and so on. It's not to say that, you know, these things can be eliminated altogether. I'm just saying that, you know, we need to look at those and, you know, and across the board too. More attention and emphasis has been put on racism against Black and brown folks during this movement, as it should be, but that's not to say that there's also racism against Asian Americans. You know, the history of the US and the genocide and or sort of moving of Native Americans, that's all also been brought up in this conversation, and, you know, rightfully so. Section 3 of the resolution itself, again, to delete, you know, I know it's the third, fourth time that we talk about it: race, color, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin. But to me, these are these are essential issues that we are trying to grapple with. So it bears repeating, and it bears, and the fact that it makes you uncomfortable or it makes us uncomfortable, actually, I think is a good thing. That's part of the point. Section 4, again, to not specifically refer to San Gabriel Police Department. I think here the comments of our city attorney are well taken. We're not trying to say that any of these things are endemic to our own police department. In fact, you know, quite the contrary. What we're saying is that we're committed to this process of self-reflection, examination, active listening, and engagement with the community, and to review our policies and practices, including those policies and practices within the San Gabriel Police Department. It's important to, I think, specifically refer to it, and again, it's not an indictment of the chief or any of the fine men and women who currently serve within a police department. It's basically a necessity, because that is the root of what has started this movement, and that doesn't mean it's the end of what where this movement will go, but it's at the core of it, and so it must be addressed. The comments on again, race, color, ethnicity, etc. I've already talked about. I will say, like, it's a fair point at the end to say to adopt any reforms necessary to do so. I think a previous version of this resolution may have said to adopt any reforms the city council determines necessary to do so. I think some qualifying language might be appropriate here. I guess you could say to adopt any, or to adopt if it's just to say the reasonable and necessary reforms to do so, I think that's fine. Of course, we cannot, or it would be irresponsible of us fiscally, obviously, to adopt anything, a reform that we couldn't afford to pay for or implement. And it's not meant to, I think, commit to any particular agenda. I want to make that clear as well. It's not meant to commit to any particular agenda. It's meant to continue the process. As I said, again, this is not the last step. It's only the first. And with that, I will hand it back to the mayor. I think those are my responses to the specific comments and sort of overarching comments with respect to the resolution as a whole. I think this would be a really positive step forward for the city and for the community to be able to adopt this and adopt it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump in yet again?
Yes, yes.
Sorry to keep doing that, but listening to Councilmember Poo's comments and looking again more closely at section 4, there's sort of two things we're pledging to do there. One is self-reflection, examination, active listening, and engagement, which could be a wide variety of things, some of which, as Councilmember Poo points out, we may not have the money to do. Then you get to the other part, which is eliminating, making sure that we've got basically equal protection of the laws and no, race-based discrimination. There is no financial limit to that. And so by putting in other words, we're going to do that. We would not choose to do otherwise, obviously. And we don't have an option of not doing it as well. So I think part of the issue there is that there's sort of two thoughts kind of mixed together in that one paragraph. If you want to be very precise, you would have to separate those, I guess, maybe, or perhaps. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? I mean, we would not, if it's a choice between eliminating racism and discrimination based on race color, we're not going to say that we're only going to adopt reasonable policies for that. I mean, we're going to do that. That's our responsibility under the law. These other sort of suggestions at the top of self-reflection, examination, active listening, or whatever, there's a whole wide variety of what that might mean and cost and so on. So that's the point I'm making.
My response is to take it out of the fiscal conversation altogether. To me, this is not a section or a resolution that's meant to have any sort of budgetary attachment to it. It's just a statement of a commitment of what we would like to. It's in other words, it's aspirational.
Maybe we could solve this simply by just cutting out the word "any" and just say adopt reforms necessary to do so.
I'm fine with even putting the word reasonable in there. Well, if we don't want to say that, then I'm fine with saying to adopt reforms necessary to do so. Again, one other way of qualifying it might be to say to adopt reforms. Adopt reforms necessary to do so. That I think that maybe is the best and most elegant solution. So thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
I was just going to mention that was one of the areas that I had disagreed with Councilmember Harrington, because reasonable and responsible is very subjective. And I commend our city attorney. I think just eliminating even the any, just reforms is, I think it's just a better way of presenting it, as opposed to having to define what reasonable and responsible actually means. There's just too much ambiguity there, in my opinion. But okay, I'm sorry. Any other comments, Councilmember Poo? Or you?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to go over those each of those specific comments, in addition to providing the overarching comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Vice Mayor Leal.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm honored you include me in this conversation. I was well, I'm just listening, but yeah, I think this is first step. I think the city of St. Gabriel is doing the right thing, because look at how many young people they cried out for justice, systematic institutional injustice everywhere. It brings, I don't want to talk about my personal experience, but it just can't help it. 2013, I decided to run for city council. I walked the street, people were yelling at me, "Hey, go back to China. We don't want you. Go back to China." Okay, at a time, what, 65% residentization, 80% business ownersation, but we're supposed to be a majority, but we were mistreated. So, you heard the story. They put me through, this kangaroo court trial for 2.5 months, and it's just ridiculous. I even had one older gentleman, came to the city council chamber because after the break of the trial, he screamed at me and said, "Well, I'm going to hang you. I have a big oak tree in front of my house. I want to hang you." And listen, there's police officer standing right next to him. What can we do? Nothing. But as a matter of fact, we became good friends. After that, he got real sick and he was in the hospital. I went to visit him and I comfort him. As a matter of fact, I said, "Well, there's no hatred between you and me, okay? We all want to work together for improving our community. That's the same goal. So you don't have to tell me, I'm here to disservice you or whatever the reason that you hate me." So that lesson, I think I learned, because through all these years, if we don't involve, for instance, right now, Asian community, they're afraid. They are very afraid. Yeah, because of this COVID-19. You see people that just target at Asians and say, "Hey, you caused all these troubles." But the reality, no. But anyway, one thing that I want to point out is we want to move forward. We want to improve. So that's what this resolution is for, right? So how can we reform? First of all, reform the police department, right? Well, majority of Asians live in St. Gabriel, business Asians. So we gotta have this type of communication between the residents, between the business people and our police officers. If they can communicate, then we don't have any misunderstandings. Right now, I think there is somewhat misunderstanding because in the past we have a couple of officers, they do speak Chinese and one speak Vietnamese. So when you can speak their language, they can understand you better. Okay, but because this language barriers kind of put us apart. So we don't have any brutal incidents from our officers, like chokehold or shooting bad guys or something like that. We don't. Pretty peaceful community, and I think it's easy to achieve that we all can live together. All can work together. So my suggestion is, I think Chief Harris has been doing a great job, no doubt about it. Okay, but I think he has to be more, I would say, ethnic sensitive or cultural sensitive. Even though he conduct 411 meetings, how many really talk about the real issues? So I think one thing that we can improve is open our mind, open our hearts. We all talk honestly, not just say, hey, this is all good. St. Gabriel is no difference from Teltros. St. Gabriel is better. It is better than other cities, but there's still rooms for us to improve. So I think, this type of institutional injustice, it cannot change overnight. It's going to take time. Okay, it's not something that we expect. Next day will be different, but training is very important. I think our police officer, especially the new ones, I kind of think they're open-minded. They kind of understand the different.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, can we just focus on the resolution? Because that would be the next part, the ongoing review and practices and policies of law enforcement, or you can have a personal conversation with our chief, but I really want to get back to the resolution. Did you have anything specific on the resolution?
Well, yeah, so unfortunately, I did not receive the resolution. Even right now, I don't have it in front of me, but I understand what are you talking about. So those words, I agree. It's just that we have to work together, period. Words means nothing. Action does. Okay, you can talk all day long, putting all these words, but still, this resolution not law-abiding anyway. So we still have to change our behaviors. I hope tomorrow I go to St. Gabriel streets, nobody is yelling at me and say, hey, go back to China. See, so that is improvement. So this is something I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, I wanted to, Councilmember Pooh reminded me about the fact that I failed to praise the organizers. They are two young people who really were very courageous. They took this on. They didn't know how many people were going to show up. There's still a wide range. I've heard as low as 130 to as high as 500. Maybe one day we can confirm, but they had a great turnout. Everyone was very respectful. And I think what really touched everyone, or really brought the point, were not only the speakers in the beginning, but at the end, we all were asked to kneel down, to take a knee, and for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And that was the amount of time that the Minnesota police officer had his knee on George Floyd. And I think that had to be one of the most profound moments. It was completely quiet. You did not hear anyone speak, and you can just feel the emotion, the energy, the compassion. And, I want to praise those two youngsters, Elizabeth Campos and Gabriel Frank McPhee, I believe is the name. Thank you for bringing that to our community. It was desperately needed. The people I did speak with as I was walking along with them, they were just so proud. I was so proud that this was taking place in my city. And, I just wanted to just take a moment to give them praise and the recognition that they deserve. Regarding the comments from Councilmember Harrington and Councilmember Pooh, I guess I'll just go one by one. Regarding the third whereas, the institutional systemic racism, I think it's very clear, because it's a paragraph, and I'm not an attorney, but when I read it, it's very clear we're talking about national, international focus. And I think I agree that the institutional systemic racism, that's part of the uncomfortable conversation. That's part of the reason we haven't been able to make any progress, is because we don't want to, we're walking around the issue. We don't want to offend anyone, and I think we're way past that. We need to have very direct conversations and admit that there is institutional systemic racism. I think that is critical in this overall resolution. The fourth paragraph, and also there was one other area it was mentioned, regardless of any individual's race, color, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, or other protected status. I think that is a reminder. I mean, clearly we should all know that, but it's not taking place. It is not a practice. People who have a different color, a different race, a different ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, they are being discriminated on. And that's the conversation. That should be the focus. And I think it's a good reminder. And I feel it's important to leave it in the resolution. And same thing about differences on levels of privilege, inequalities, and inequities. Those are I don't consider them buzzwords. They are an accurate reflection of what's taking place. And I think it's important to leave there. And then section 4, same thing about the ethnicity, ancestry. I'm comfortable changing it to say the reforms. I am not comfortable saying reasonable and responsible, because then you have this whole, well, what does that mean? Reasonable and responsible means one thing for one person and another for someone else. And so I'm comfortable leaving it as any, but even that would be fine. And that's all for me for now. So really there was only one key, and let's see, let me get back to Keith. Keith, make sure my notes are right. Were there really the or any? Is that the only thing that we came to the kind of an agreement, consensus
Well,
on?
by my count, that was the one. Well, I don't. Councilmember Pooh hasn't commented on that particular change, I don't think, but maybe he has. That was dropping the any is the only thing I think I heard an agreement from everybody on.
Yeah, Councilmember Pooh, is that accurate?
Yeah, if I may, I forgot to say during the discussion where I believe this clause is qualified is with the word necessary, and so we are committing to reforms that are necessary to hold ourselves accountable and go through these processes.
If there's a reform necessary to eliminate racism and discrimination, then you can bet that me and the rest of the staff will bring it forward and we will take action on it. Period.
Very much appreciate that.
Okay, great. So I think everyone's had the opportunity to
I
speak.
actually have a couple clarifications there, Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason I read my statement ahead of time is so that hopefully people listen and are hear what I say and not what they want to hear. My goal here was to be precise. It wasn't to diminish. It wasn't to take away from the message. It was actually additive. I think this is a very important message, and I think it's we need to be clear. I'm not uncomfortable talking about racism. I'm not uncomfortable talking about let's get it identified and rooted out. It has no business in our society. So that's not an uncomfortable conversation. I don't know who it should be uncomfortable for, other than racists. They probably are uncomfortable, like saying, let's get rid of them. They have no business being in our government. They have no business. And if you want to do that, go be alone somewhere. I think people that know me know that. People that want to think what they want to think about me will say something else. I would like to call Councilmember Pooh on the carpet when he says, I showed my true colors, and please, I don't want to take that wrong. I want to make sure you explicitly say what you mean by that, because my true colors right there are to be precise as an attorney. It has nothing other than that. So I just want to make sure I'm clear about that. And I hope you have the same understanding as me. I'm not showing any true colors that are hidden anywhere. I would say the same thing in any ordinance or any resolution regarding any whereas or any. You see me do it probably 50 times since we've been on council together. These are not statements that have anything to do with race specifically or racism. I like to be precise, and I think Keith would acknowledge this too. I go through a lot of our ordinances. I go through a lot of our contracts, and the words actually do matter. And so those are just kind of things I wanted to say and I think the last thing is that when I said I haven't met racists in government, I don't mean individuals. I mean, when you go and I've met everybody here. I don't consider anyone here racist. I work for the government. I have yet to come across an overt racist. Now, people say things, people do things that may be insensitive, but I'm talking about the type of racism that we're trying to root out here, where people are discriminated against, where people are not given certain advantages or certain rights because of their race. That is what I'm talking about. So when I say I haven't met, it's not that I don't think they exist. It's not that I say people haven't said probably borderline racist things. I call people out, just so you know. You won't say racist things around me. It's just not going to happen. I call them out. So I want to make that very clear. So thank you.
Okay. So I think we've had this discussion. Would
So,
anyone?
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Councilmember Ding, I couldn't see.
Yeah, like racist reason. Okay, I just tell my experience for my campaign. Okay, and because I think the Ching Ho Vice Mayor already talked about it. So my support and campaign support and myself, it's really some experience in our community still have these kind of things happen. Okay, I want to point out. Okay, but another thing is I just okay. Under this protest, peaceful protest, I hear about it. That's I also agree. We want a peaceful protest, but we also, because of racism it's because of hate. So we need to show our love. Okay, include this resolution. So I don't want see the people say if a council member maybe we need a legal term. It's important, but we need this resolution to show us we love our community, we love our city. So we don't want these kind of things that happen in our city. So we need to prevent these kind of things to happen. So this resolution, it's when we send out, I want for myself, I want to show our community. That's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ding. So at this time, would someone like to make a motion?
I would like to move approval of the resolution with the one change in the last line of section 4.
I second.
I'll second.
Okay. Let's see, did you get that, Sharon? The second?
I heard two voices. I'm not sure who was first.
Yeah, we did it at the same time.
Yeah, same times.
I'll give it to Councilmember Ding if he wants it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. I couldn't tell either, so. So let's take the vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Yes.
Councilmember Harrington,
Yes.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you. The next regular city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 16th, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts And, you know, we have a long road ahead of us, but this is the best group I think we've ever had. So thank you for all your time. Good night, everybody.